Sounds like it's working. Okay. Well, welcome everybody. We're back for the first time in a while. This is the April 11th Planning Commission meeting. For those of you who are still at home watching, it still works online or you can stream it. If you wanted to do public comments, if you're in person, you give people who want to, have already given cards. If there's more people that want them, they can still give cards. For those of you at home, via Zoom, you can do it the same way that we've done before. I'll give you the short version. https://zoom.us/join. The webinar ID is 876-3714-9010. You can also call in by phone. It's 1-669-900-6833 or 1-253-215-8782. And there's one more number, 1-346-248-7799. Speakers will be asked to provide their name and city of residence, although it's going to be mostly here. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to speak. Speakers will be muted until their opportunity to provide public comments. If you're here live, we'll have to try harder to mute you. Okay, so anyway, start with the pledge. We haven't done that yet, so go ahead and do the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, can I have a roll, please?
Okay. Commissioner Menace?
Here.
Commissioner Martinez?
Here.
Commissioner Wong?
Here.
Commissioner Current?
Here.
Commissioner Benzuli?
Here.
Vice Chair Moriarty?
Present.
Chair Benuelos?
Here.
Let the record show that all planning commissioners are here and we can act on items tonight.
Okay, let's see. The other thing we need to do is the land acknowledgement. Before we begin, we would like to acknowledge the Ohlone people who are the traditional custodians of this land. We pay our respects to the Ohlone elders past, present, and future, who call this place Ohlone land, the land that Pinole sits upon their home. We are proud to continue their tradition of coming together and growing as a community. We thank the Ohlone community for their stewardship and support. And we look forward to strengthening our ties as we continue our relationship of mutual respect and understanding. With that, first thing we're going to do is going to do citizens to be heard. And I have a couple of cards here, so we'll start with the people here. Are there anyone online that want to speak?
Yeah, there is from David and Irma Ruport and David Ruport.
Okay, so we'll start with the people here. I'm going to start with Debbie Long. Doesn't sound like it.
No, there it is. Okay. Good evening, commissioners. While the Kmart project has yet to be heard, I'd like to give you some of my thoughts regarding problems with this particular site. First and foremost, it takes away from the city's commercial sites for the purpose of sales tax revenue. The property tax generated from this site, or the loss of property tax generated from this site, would equate to a financial hardship for the city. Secondly, this area and roadways were never designed for the type of residential traffic that this project will bring. The topography is not designed to handle the ingress and egress from residential traffic. It wasn't too long ago, approximately 1718, that it was recommended through a traffic study that the city increase the speed to 40 miles per hour in that area because that was the average speed. The council denied that request. However, it doesn't change that it is what occurs today on that road. Heavy residential use coupled with increased pedestrian and bicycle traffic will not have an overall good effect. A new traffic study needs to be done, especially since the last 2+ years of COVID and people working at home is no indication of the true traffic pattern there. I believe that once the site is approved, if it's approved and how it's going to be submitted, it's only a matter of time before a thriving shopping center becomes a blighted residential area. We do not have a ladder truck in the city of Pinole that can handle this height of a building. Simply because we have access to one doesn't mean that ensures it's available. Public safety will be in jeopardy. The building is not solar, only solar ready. Confusing because who will then put in the solar if it's only solar ready? There's no covered parking stalls, which has always been a requirement within the city. And there's also no definition between the shopping center and the parking complex. They merely are going to have guides that stop the cars. So they've requested a reduction in parking stalls there. However, since it is the owner of the shopping center that is developing it, I'm sure he knows that the spillover traffic from the apartment complex from the reduced parking stalls will just go into the shopping center. Without a wall, children will be riding their bikes and skateboards, or perhaps just plain old loitering. An evaluation of the type of service calls for police needs to be fully evaluated. You might be shocked at the crime that goes up at that center. All in all, the project is too big, and this site was never intended for residential use. It will be more than twice the size, height-wise, of the current Kmart, and I don't know if any of you can visualize what that's going to be like. There are plenty of other sites in Pinole that can be developed for residential, perhaps not of this size, but plenty are out there. If nothing else, have the developer reconsider commercial on the bottom, so it's not a financial hardship to the city, and some residential units on top. I think that would be a good compromise for the city. Thank you.
Thanks, Debbie. Bob Cock?
Thank you for letting me speak tonight. I agree with everything that Debbie said. I would like for the people here of the city of Pinole to spend a little time when you go shopping up at Lucky's. Talk to the people that work at Lucky's. Find out how many people are walking out the door of Lucky's and Ace Hardware, O'Reilly's Auto Parts. They're walking out the door every day stealing stuff. And most of these people end up across the street at the motel over there. And this is hurting our businesses up there. And if this comes up with more crime with this amount of people coming in there, they'll shut down Lucky's. You take a look at Richmond. Richmond has almost 100,000 population. They do not have a Lucky's grocery store, or they do not have a Safeway grocery store, because they got robbed so much that they said, we're not going to put up with it anymore and we're going to close it. The same thing that happened in San Francisco. They closed like 4 Walgreens or 5 in San Francisco because too much stuff was walking out the door not being paid for. And it looks like with the way this is zoned and the way things is going on with the push from the state of California, we're going to have in a short period of time the same problem as San Francisco has, and we don't want that on a larger scale in Pinole. This project shouldn't be built. And if you look, I have a little map of it, of what it is. I don't see anything on this map that shows an aerial view of it where there's any place for kids to ride their bicycles, no playgrounds, no nothing. But you know for a fact, with the type of setup they have for minorities and for different phases of that, you're going to have a lot of kids up there, and these kids are going to have someplace to play, someplace to go, something to do, and they don't have that on the map that I have that shows the aerial view of it. And I don't think it's a good idea for us to have this and lose the revenue from a commercial building. Like Debbie said, this will give us more of a problem. All you have to do is call up and talk to our police chief, talk to one of the officers on the street, and find out what's really going on in our city. And what's going on has another effect on the district attorney we have, because she will not file against so many different people, and they're letting the man out of jail faster than the officer can get back to the town. One of the officers told me he took one guy he arrested, took him to the jail over there, and they said, don't bring him in. We don't want him because they won't prosecute him for what you brought him in for. So this is something else we need to look at. When you get ready to vote again, vote the DA out, get somebody in that will. If you do the crime, you're going to do the time and make our city safe like it was when I moved here 53 years ago. Thank you.
Thanks, Bob. Pete Murray?
Good evening, Chair Ben Willows, fellow commission members. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I'm speaking on the same subject matter as the prior two speakers. It's the Pinole Fitzgerald Drive Shopping Center and the proposed development that's floating around the city. A difficult project to get a handle on because it just seems to be very difficult to assess the information on this project. One of the things that was mentioned was the financial implications of this project should it go in. And if you weigh all of those, and I think you're probably aware of, some of the issues, one of them is the structure itself and the height of it and the ability to access it with a fire truck. Which we don't have and which we would have to purchase, and which is a cost to the city. And in general, it's the other aspect of it is it's supposedly on a transportation corridor. Well, it's not on much of a transportation corridor. To get where you're going, if you were to access BART, it takes you 2 transfers to do so. And everybody knows that once you get beyond one transfer, people start to look for easier ways to accommodate their access to transportation, say BART in particular. We were never in the running for any extensions for BART. We've been told that it'll never happen in this area of Contra Costa County. And then when BART extends out to, Brentwood and it goes down to Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley is served by Caltrain from one direction and BART from the other now, and they're extending and talking about doing more down there. And yet we sit here without it. Yet we're told that we still have to comply with the state's new mandates, and there are mandates, and they're not paid for in any way, shape, or form to allow us to expand our ability to provide more transportation systems. It's just a detriment to the overall the community itself, and it just doesn't avail itself to accommodate any type of transportation access for these people that would potentially be utilizing or living in these homes and utilizing the transportation that's supposedly available but not available. It's just one of these things where the shoe doesn't fit, and it's going to be detrimental to the city. Stop beeping. I'm done.
Okay, thank you, Pete. We have David and Irma Rupert online. Is that right? Okay, so who wants to go first?
So this is from David and Irma Rupert. We also have a video option, David and Irma, if you prefer that. However, if not, please feel free to unmute yourself and speak.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry. We're both using different computers. Good evening, commissioners. I also would like to speak about the Kmart project, the affordable housing that the city of Pinole is missing on. We got an F rating on it. look at who's speaking regarding the projects, the affordable housing, prior mayors, council, politicians, and people who don't want affordable housing at Kmart. Guess what? Look around. I live in an affordable housing neighborhood. I had so many problems when they were in office. Who helped me? They didn't help me. It was a crime prevention officer and the chief who came through to the neighborhood. What has to happen with these affordable housing, with all the issues that we have, what you need to do is check out the place. These affordable housing currently that we have, you have one way in and one way out. The affordable housing close to my neighbor is 144 units, no playgrounds, no place to go, and everything they said, check it out. It's right there. They haven't then proved anything. But here's, moving forward, I believe in affordable housing. This Kmart is a better solution. Do it right. Get contracts that will hold water in court, managers, developers. What would happen in my affordable housing unit? What they did that included a public safety fee, which includes security. That's what you need to do. And make sure that the managers, the owners, and everybody concerned, and the city council are aware. If there's an issue, bring it to the city and make sure you face it immediately. And don't let, like I, many years over, go to the council and repeat myself over and over again. It's on tape. And let me tell you, once you listen to the neighborhood, to me, any affordable housing right now is essential. We were volunteering at the food bank this morning at the senior citizen. We saw a couple, older than I, sleeping on the side of the senior center. It's shameful, shameful. I almost went up to there, and if there was somewhere for her to go, I would have directed her. Let me just say something. For those that don't want affordable housing, it's here. People need a place to go live at. Do it right. Make sure that the neighborhood is included with the issues, and I will certainly be right there with you all to make sure that we do it right and make it work for Pinole. We need affordable housing, and all these people talking against it. Where were you when I needed you? Thank you, and have a good evening.
Is David going to speak? Sorry, what was the name again?
Yes, we have a Carla Harlow available to speak.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Mhm.
All right, thank you so much for letting me join in and ask questions. My family and I, we live on Paquito Court. Our home is directly behind the complex off of Canyon Drive. At the last meeting, we had concerns with the height of the complex. We're
Chair?
concerned that,
I believe this
Wait a
is a
minute,
comment for the project that's on the
project.
agenda.
Okay, yeah, so, yeah, this is, what we're doing here is citizens be heard for stuff that's not on the agenda, so just hang on to your comments and we'll talk to that when we talk about the issue.
okay, thank you.
Is there anybody else?
Yes, we have Melissa is on the line.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Melissa McMillian. I live about a block and a half away from this proposed project. So I've only had a chance to look at the plan tonight, and I have two comments. One is that it just seems like way too many homes for such a small lot. Now I looked at the plans.
Okay, wait a minute. Can you tell me which project you're talking about?
I'm talking about the Apian Village development, the condominium complex at Doctors Hospital, at the old Doctors Hospital.
Okay, if you could, we wanted you to hold your comments until we actually talk about that project. This is for things that aren't on the agenda. So,
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about it right now.
no, this is we're finishing up our citizens to be heard. So, but we'll get you when we talk about that. When we get into that, I'm probably going to do public comment first. So if you can hang in with us, you'll get to be heard.
Still see Dave and Irma Rupert's hand up, so I'll allow them to talk again.
Well,
Yes.
you can hear me now?
Yep.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is David O. Rupert Jr. I'm a resident of Pinole of over 46 years and a resident of West County for over 70 years. First of all, I'd like to say kudos to the Planning Commission and David Hanham for addressing the difficult issue of affordable housing in the city of Pinole, which has been neglected for many, many years in Pinole. Now, I know there's a lot of public comment against public housing or actually affordable housing, but I want to look at the positive side of things. First of all, we need affordable housing in the city of Pinole. A lot of the opposition is bringing up boogeyman theories that we get public housing or affordable housing, and we get all the negative sides. There are a lot of positive sides which have not been addressed. This is one of the issues that the Planning Commission has to look at. There's never a perfect project. When I first grew up in West County, AP Way was a horse trail, one lane in, one lane out. Nobody envisioned there would be a shopping center there 30, 40 years later. Time moves on, and what is going to be built in Pinole is going to differ from what one thought was acceptable a few years later. The idea of modular housing and housing that goes hand in hand with business areas is a module that's been used successfully. The question is whether or not the city council and the city planning commission and all public officials can take that model, put it to use, and continue to support that model instead of abandonment. Again, abandonment is one thing that the city is often not looking at carefully. We build something, we hope that somebody else is going to take care of it, but taking care of things begins at home. So I would say that we have to plan for new types of housing in Pinole, and we're under mandate to do that. We've neglected this for years. And again, I really thank the Planning Commission and David Hanham for actually addressing this issue. We need to actually get these projects started because we're behind the 8 ball on a lot of them. And there's a lot coming down the pipe that we need to deal with. Just to sit and say it's going to fail is not an adequate answer to anything. I notice I'm running out of time, but the clock started at 3 minutes, and I was understanding I would have 5 minutes. Is that true?
No, it's 3.
Just 3 minutes tonight? Okay,
Yeah.
so I'm basically out of time. But again, take these plans, look at the positive side of things. Do not sit and boo-hoo about what other people are doing. We need to do something that's of quality nature. That means everybody's got to work towards it. And if we don't do that, yeah, you're going to get what you get, nothing. But if you get the public involved, we're actually going to make this project serve the city well. There's no reason why it can't. And you've seen good examples of that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, David. Do we have any other?
I see no other hands up right now.
Okay. All right, so we're going to go on from there.
Can I make a comment on the about the citizens to be heard? Dave,
Short comment. As long as you don't get too deep into it.
No, I just want to thank all of the people who came and spoke, but I really appreciated the comments from Irma and David about affordable housing. You know, a lot of times affordable housing is looked at as like a invitation for crime, but we have to start thinking of it, the fact that the people who work in the stores, who work in the schools, or you know, have to have a place to live, and to have housing that they can afford near where they work is really a benefit, not only to them, to the stores, but to transportation. And we also have to think about, you know, our children. You know, they grew up in Pinole. They need, if they want to continue to live in the community, they need to have housing that they can afford. And I think we have to look at affordable housing as a positive, because, you know, we have tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people in California who don't have a place that they can afford, and they're living on the streets. And we're so far behind the ability to provide housing that we should not look down on affordable housing as a negative. We should look at it as a place where our children, the people who are in the stores can live in the community. And, I think some of the comments about retail might be advantageous. And I should point out to the citizens out there that we on the Planning Commission have not really received detailed information on this project yet. Some have that are in the subcommittee. But I think your comments were, about parking and places for children have a lot of merit, and it will be something that I'm sure we will consider. But again, thank you for your comments.
Okay, David. All right, so our next thing we're going to do is the meeting minutes. So we're going to vote on the meeting minutes from March 28, 2022. Does anyone have any comments to those that we need to amend? None?
Not many amendments, but this is Simon, Wong here. I left early, so I was able to actually review the video afterwards. So just to let the chair know. Thanks.
Okay, so I'm looking for a motion for the minutes to approve.
I can do that. I move that we accept the Planning Commission minutes from March 28th, 2022 as presented.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? I guess we could do it.
We have to do a roll call because
We have to do a roll call. Okay.
because
So
there are people not. present.
Okay, so we still have to do a roll call vote. So you go ahead and start that.
All right, Commissioner Minez,
Aye.
Commissioner Martinez,
Aye.
Commissioner Wong,
Aye.
Commissioner Current,
Aye.
Commissioner Benzuli,
I think I have to abstain because I was not at the meeting.
Vice Chair Moriarty,
Agree.
Chair Benuelos.
Aye.
Motion carries 6-0-1 with Commissioner Benzuli abstaining.
Okay. So moving on, we're going to public hearings. You go through the things for that. At the beginning of an item, the chair will read the description of the item as stated as the agenda. And then staff will give a presentation. And the commission can ask staff questions. And then after that, I'm going to open the public hearing and ask the applicant if they want to make a presentation. And then once people who want to talk about it for or against, we'll give them the opportunity to speak after that. And then the people who are opposed, we'll talk about it after that. And the applicant will be given an opportunity for a rebuttal of anything that's against it. Public hearing will be closed and the commission will discuss the item amongst themselves. The commission will vote to approve, deny, or approve in a modified form or continue the matter to a later date for decision. Chair will announce the commission's decision and advise the audience of the appeal procedure. Yeah, worry about public hearings occurring after 11. So here it is. Comprehensive Design Review DR 21-06, VTSM 21-06 /PL 21-0016 is APN Village Condominium Complex. Consideration of a comprehensive design review and vesting tentative subdivision map for the purpose of constructing that consists of 65 two-bedroom stacked flats and townhomes, 89 three-bedroom stacked flats and townhomes, outdoor play area and city areas on 7.38 acres. The complex will provide 308 parking spaces for residents, 47 guest parking, as well as bicycle parking. The project will be providing the fourth leg of the traffic signal at Mann Drive and Appian Way. The applicant is DeNova Homes, 1500 Willow Pass Road in Concord. Location is 215 Appian Way, APN 401-240-017 and 18. And David, can you give us our presentation, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hopefully everybody can hear me out there. Yes, tonight before you, we have the Appian Village 154 unit condominium complex. Just to let the commission know, this is a for sale project. So all the units are for sale. They're not apartments but they are for sale. Of course, as the chair just read, it's being proposed by DeNova Homes. The file is, of course, comprehensive design review 2106, investing tentative subdivision map for 2106. The The project has a general plan land use designation of SSA or service sub area. It has a specific plan land use designation of SSA, AP Way corridor, service sub area with the zoning. This parcel has 2 zoning districts. If you go to, oh, I think I can I work this? I just located it, just kind of give, we've got to figure out all the new stuff, all the new gadgets. Apologize to the audience, but here's the site location. Of course, it's bounded by Canyon Drive and Appian Way. It's also intersects perpendicularly with Man Drive as well. So, oh, so pretty much it sits on a 7.3 acre, 7.7 acre square foot or parcel. It has a project, as I already mentioned, regarding the zoning and the designations. Go to the next slide. There we go. That just shows you kind of what the general plan land use designation. That shows the specific plan land use designation, of course, service sub area. And as you can see, the 2 parcels are split up between residential mixed use and commercial mixed use. And we'll get into what in terms of zoning designations of what those means in that. So it just gives you an idea of what the property zoning is. Okay, proposes to construct 154 units, just kind of the statistics. Buildings will be townhomes and stacked flat designs. The units will range from 1,129 square feet to 1,825 square feet. All the units will be at least 2 bedrooms, 2 baths, and some of the bigger units will have either an office or a 3rd bedroom option. De Novo Homes is proposing 308 parking spots, which means that each unit will have its own garage that will house two parking stalls, as well as 46 visitor stalls. De Novo Homes proposing that each unit will have a balcony deck areas as well as front porch areas, and it's proposing about 100 square feet of landscaping and open space within the complex, and about 45,000 square feet of undisturbed open space. And when I get to the site plan, you will see the undisturbed is there's actually some land behind where the units are that's actually part of the property that will be undisturbed, that will stay in its native state. Some of the, and I'm going to leave this up there, but I'm going to kind of go back to my report to kind of give you an idea of where things are going. So on March 3rd, De Novo Homes applied for a comprehensive design review and the vesting tentative map to construct both market rate and affordable for sale homes at the project site. Purpose of the application, again, is to construct 154 units through 26 buildings. And of course, I attached a figure 2, it shows the building distribution on the property. The Planning Commission Ad Hoc Committee, consisting of 3 planning commissioners, met on May 12th, 2021, and on January 6th, 2022, to discuss the Appian Village project. At the ad hoc committee, the ad hoc committee discussed the following topics: circulation, parking, landscaping, fire access, children's play areas, setbacks, and the height of the buildings of 19 through 22, which those buildings need to probably get a. No, I didn't. Okay. I'm cutting into yours, Trent. I apologize. Okay. There we go. So basically buildings 19 through 23. As you can kind of see some of the area, the property line, you can see that the land of the undisturbed area, again, that's part of the 45,000 square feet of the undisturbed area. Buildings 21 or 19 through 23. We discussed the setbacks regarding on Paquito Court. The homes, as you can see, in this area right here, you can see kind of the backyards of the homes on Paquito Court. So remember, there is a slope, quite a bit of slope up to the homes. At the ad hoc committee reviewed all the changes that were made by the applicant, recommended approval of the project to the Planning Commission. So we want to take a look at some of the modifications that were made based on the ad hoc committee's suggestions. And one in terms of circulation was widening the entrances of Canyon Drive and Appian Way from 24 feet to 32 feet to, of course, improve pedestrian and vehicular circulation. As part of the utilities, service, and safety, we established 2 additional emergency accesses on Appian Way. One is located right here, and one is located right here. Those will be emergency accesses. So they also included sidewalks and hydrants around the rear of the property to access. So they included some pull throughs through the areas, through some of these areas to be able, if something were to happen, they could get to the rear area and get to some of this undisturbed area if something were to happen there, as well as go to from the Pinole Court side. This is where the reservoir is, the reservoir side. So, and again, they've got actual foot access as well through there as well. They also worked with Republic Trash Hauler and eBay Mud concerning collections and utilities. And as part of the plan set that you got, they had a circulation, of for trucks for Republic to get through. So we were able to work on that. In terms of the massing and the visual aspect, they also lowered the building heights on buildings 19 through 23, which again, those are the buildings that kind of are on the Pinole Court side. They lowered them from 35 feet all back down to 30 feet. So they were able to get what they needed as part of that, and they lowered it an additional 5 feet on all of those buildings. And they also added more color to the garage of the buildings. There was as part of the look at the original look, there was just a kind of a beige all the way around with the garages. And if you can see in your plan set as part of the design package, they brought some of those colors down all the way down to the bottom, as well as some of the landscaping on the backside that will break up that area. So you just don't have that sea of garages, that sea of garage look. So there will be some breaking up of that. Also, as part of the project features, they included a new play area for the children. I mean, it would be in this area right here. This was all just a turf area and some sitting areas. In this area right here, they added a play area for kids, kind of like one of those chalk, be able to just a fun pad area where they can go and they can write on, they can draw chalks on it. They can do other things without having a jungle gym and all those types of things. So it gives them just another play area that they can do some other things while their parents are just watching them right in this area right here. So they're still including some of the area there. They also have the turf area, which is also just going to be turf area as part of that. So as part of the project description, all the units for sale ranging again from 1249 to 1825. Buildings 1 through 6 will contain the stacked flat units, and then we can go more into that. Buildings 7 through 26 will be the townhome style units, where each unit is side by side. The applicant will be installing all new infrastructure, water, sewer, storm drainage, so they'll be taking up all the underground existing old utilities under the doctor's medical site and installing having all new utilities. And they will be able to hook up to the existing trunk lines in Canyon and in Appian, but they'll be putting all new infrastructure underneath their project. And I did include a table of just kind of what the buildings, how many units were in each building, as well as what style of flats there were. So in terms of whether they were a stacked flat style or a townhome style, which basically made a unit distribution of about 54 stacked flats and 100 townhomes. So as part of the required land use approvals, entitlements required by the city of Pinole, approvals for the project to include a comprehensive design review, a vestington and a subdivision map, an affordable housing regulatory agreement, and the California Environmental Quality Act determination. Pursuant to table 17.10.060-1, the Planning Commission has approval authority of the comprehensive design review, the tentative vesting subdivision map, and CEQA determination. The City Council has approval authority over the affordable housing agreement, which would be reviewed by the council only after entitlements are approved by the Planning Commission. It should be noted that the council has a de novo approval authority of the entitlements on a timely filed appeal of the Planning Commission's decision. So if there is an appeal, they have all of it will be elevated to the council. Can I just give you some of the site parameters? The site is bound by the Maloney Reservoir to the north, the Course Canyon Drive to the south, Pinole Court to the east, and Appian Way to the west. Surrounding land uses include a junior high school and the Mandarin West County School to the east, the existing reservoir, existing single-family residential dwellings to the west. And along the northern and eastern edge of the property, there are severe slopes which will be retained by retaining walls. There are some retaining walls that were there as part of the original project, but they're going to be putting in new ones and reshoring up all of the existing retaining walls as well as part of their project. of course, topography is shown. You can see the topography in the plan set that I sent you on sheets A3 and A4 of this vesting tentative subdivision map, which is attachment C of the agenda packet. The site has been vacant for approximately 16 years. And of course, we showed you the figure 1 in the packet that shows the existing doctor's medical site. As part of the analysis of the project, this report will analyze the Appian Way entitlement applications and the finding that each of the applications are required to meet in order to be granted approval from the Planning Commission. This portion of the report will also state the application's consistency with the city's general plan, the 3-quarter specific plan, and the zoning ordinance of the city of Pinole. As part of the consistency evaluation, the Planning Commission is required to make specific findings and other considerations consistent with Chapter 16.12, which is the tentative maps, and 17.12 entitlements, which is the comprehensive design review section of the Pinole Municipal Code, in order to approve the comprehensive design review and the vesting tentative subdivision map. As part of the general plan consistency, the property located at Appian Way is a general plan land use designation of subservice area. The subservice designation is intended to maintain and enhance existing land uses while providing land use flexibility and incentives to encourage new private investments and additional development. Each of the subservice areas have different emphasis, and as you're aware, this is in the Appian Way corridor, which is defined to maintain and enhance the regional gateway into Pinole and capitalize on freeway access to upgrade existing development and attract a desirable mix of commercial services and residential uses. The density for the Appian Way area is 10.1 units per acre as the minimum, it's 10.1 to the maximum of 50 units per acre, the dwelling unit. As part of the policies, as part of the Appian Village project, helped to implement numerous policies within different elements of the general plan, including the community character element, the land use element, economic development element, circulation, health and safety as part of the natural resources and open space, as part of the sustainability and as well as the sustainability element. And of course, I've listed those policies below. I'm not going to go through every single one of those policies unless you have questions of those. There's probably about 4 or 5 policies for each of the elements that I just mentioned. And so we can go from there. And staff's comment is based on the policies listed above from the general plan, in addition to the fact that the 20.88 dwelling units per acre of Appian Village project falls within the allowable density of 10.1 to 50 units dwelling units per acre. And staff concludes that the Appian Village project is consistent with the general plan. The specific plan and zoning consistency, as stated before, this project is zoned or has a specific plan designation as service sub-area in the Appian Way corridor. This project consists of 2 parcels with two separate parcels and 2 separate zonings. The zonings are RMU residential mixed use and commercial mixed use, or CMU commercial mixed use. Actually, 017, which is part of the packet, is the bigger parcel of, it's about 4.3 acres, and the other parcel is about 3.6, approximately 3.6 acres. So as table 2 shows, table 2 in the packet outlines the land use policies that are applicable for the specific plan. There's only 4 of those. So basically they provide a variety of housing types throughout the plan areas. They provide affordable housing when the plan areas are consistent with the city's general plan, ensures development of opportunity sites with high quality mixed use or high density housing, and actively promotes the revitalization of underutilized land. So in this case, the doctor's hospital is pretty much underutilized at this point, being vacant for so long. The zoning designation is as I stated before, the Appian Village project has 2 parcels with 2 different zone districts, and parcel Appian 401-240-018, which is the RMU portion of the property. For those of you out in the audience, that is basically this portion of the property. And right in this area is all the RMU, residential mixed use, and the rest of the property actually into here is actually the CMU zone district. And it's about 4.3 acres. This 3-quarter specific plan allows for RMU, of course, allows for parcels to be developed with 100% residential. So does the CMU. However, the CMU has a special caveat that if a parcel is to be developed with 100% residential, that community benefits must be applied or must be given as part of the project. So with that, as well as providing an affordable housing agreement. So what we've done is, as part of that, is talk about the community benefits. The general plan land use element defines what those benefits are, at least try to enhance the project. There were 10 of them. I can kind of I'll go off and the developer has the opportunity to provide for 3 of those. So basically 3 of the community benefits they can match for it to be consistent with the general plan. So the community benefits that are listed are residential developments with mixed income workforce housing that includes long-term affordability covenant to assure at least 20% of the units on site remain affordable to lower income households. As part of number 2, the residential or non-residential developments with our on-site childcare, LED certified gold or higher for green building developments, on-site recreation facilities available to the public. Number 5, developments that include 50 or more employment opportunities for existing residents. Developments which include substantial public art features, and developments that provide a bus turnout or other features that directly benefit transit riders or transit providers. Construction of off-site infrastructure improvements to correct pre-existing deficiencies. Substantial financial contributions that enable the city to complete high priority capital projects listed in the most recent city's capital improvement program. And then other features that provide substantial benefits and address unmet needs of the neighborhood of the city as a whole. As part of this project, the applicant chose to provide community benefits as shown in our table 3. The first one they chose was the residential development with mixed income workforce. That was their first community benefit, as the applicant is proposing that 20% of the homes, or 31 out of 154, will be reserved for moderate and low income ranges. 8 units or 5% will be reserved for low income residents of 80% of the area median income, and 23 units or 15% will be reserved for moderate income residents, which is 20% of the area median income. The affordable units will be distributed throughout the project. The applicant will determine what plan will be used for each affordable unit, and the units will not be clustered together. As part of the zoning, as part of this benefit, the city's inclusionary ordinance only requires that 15% of the units in a for sale development to be made available to moderate income households. So by increasing all of the affordable units to 20% and the addition of the low income, reserving the 5% for incomes and 21 for sale homes for moderate, actually 23 homes for sale for moderate income and families in Pinole is a strong community benefit. In terms of the LEED or gold or higher green building development, the LEED, some of you can sort of LEED certification is mostly used for commercial developments. It's very hard to meet for residential developments. However, we felt that based on what the applicant was proposing, we felt that this was a community benefit. However, the applicant was able to agree to make the entire development all electric, no natural gas. So there'll be no natural, all the units, all of the whole property will be electric. They will provide, additionally, the development will provide solar panels on each building and pre-wiring for electric vehicles in all the garage units for the entire 154 units. So there's not another project like that here in Pinole. The solar panels will be put on as part of the project. It's not just the wiring, but as part of the project. And additionally, the applicant has agreed to construct the building to be 15% more efficient than required Title 24 standards, which is that's the building standards that are met by developers with all projects, all new commercial or residential projects. They're agreeing to go 15% more efficient. They're also agreed to design and build the project's irrigation to achieve a 25% less water usage as compared to the average household in the region. So they're working with the plant palettes as they have as the landscape plan to be able to accommodate that, as well as proper irrigation system to be able to do that. All of these green building features will benefit the community as a whole by reducing greenhouse gases. So we felt that was a community benefit that was consistent with the general plan. In terms of the third one, the development that provides a bus turnout or other features that directly benefit the transit riders or transit providers. Development of the site will include access and traffic improvements. The primary interest on APOA will align with Man Drive to to form a proper four-legged intersection. So all of the other entrances and exits that were on the doctor's medical site will be closed. And those left-hand turn lanes will be restriped as part of the project, so that so you're not going to be able to think that you can turn left in any one of those areas. The other thing is that currently the access drives into the site off of Man Drive, which requires left-hand turn lanes. In accordance with the traffic analysis, split phasing of the existing traffic signals will be implemented to prevent conflicts between vehicles making left turns and out of development. So for those of you who know what split phasing is, that's where at a 4-lane intersection, one side goes and then the other side goes. So on the sides that on the Appian side, both left-hand turns will go at the same time. On the Man and the entrance in it will be a split phasing. So that people coming out of the apartment or the townhomes will be one next, and then people coming from the school will have their own. So they're not trying to intermix or try to go through the lanes together. Again, that provides a more protected pedestrian access, in particular for students attending middle school. The existing southbound lanes, left-hand turn lanes into the hospital will all be eliminated. The frontage improvements across Appian Way and Canyon Drive include eliminated or relocated driveways. New sidewalks will be built to the current accessible standards and provide a newly striped bike lane as defined in the circulation element of the general plan. In terms of the bus stops, we've worked a lot with WestCat. I feel sorry for the applicant. We really worked hard in trying to get those things for what we needed. And working with WestCat, we talked about they would like to see some relocated bus stops and new bus shelters along Canyon Drive and Appian Way, and they proposed to better serve existing riders. So right now they're going to be moving the benches that are on the Appian Way side a little bit closer to the intersection, as well as moving the benches that are on the opposite side of Appian Way that are all the way down by Canyon Drive on Appian Way. They're going to move those up so if and when Route 17 starts, they have a much safer place where they can get on and off the bus for the units as well as so they're not walking all the way down for the bus to catch on Appian Way as part of that project. So the new WestCat standard for bus shelters can be accommodated in each of the locations. These transit-related community benefits will provide value to the Pinole community, because more than just these residents will be using the bus there. In terms of we also had the other features that provide substantial benefits. There are a lot of different things that we really necessarily put into one. So we put it kind of in the catch-all and the catch-all development things. And so there are a couple items. One is, again, regarding to the city to achieve its current RENA assessment. As you know, the city has required about 500 units in our next RENA cycle. And of course, these 154 units will definitely help us with our affordability goals, as well as our market rate goals as part of our RENA numbers. This is also a redevelopment of an opportunity site, as opportunity site number 2 in the Appian Way corridor. And it will remove some blighted and long abandoned hospitals. So we have some brand new development in the area. The new development will provide a much improved and attractive streetscape with buildings fronting on Appian Way and Canyon Drive. So you'll have all front doors facing, so you'll have more of a residential feel going down Appian. Specific plan land use policies 4 and 6 promote the development of opportunity sites with high quality, high density, and revitalizing underutilized land, which I stated earlier. Of course, in terms of the development of the site of the 54 new rooftops, it will help promote vitality of retail uses in the area of the city, and in particular help to support pending redevelopment of the Safeway Center, as well at the southwest corner of this intersection. Development of the site is 100% residential, provide new customers, and also will not compete with existing CVS across on Canyon Drive, nor the pending Safeway Center retail development. New residential development with its new consumers will help to support specific plan goals of supporting current commercial retail uses, as well as strengthening and promoting future commercial developments by increasing residents, consumers in the area. So those were the community benefits that we felt that made this project consistent with the general plan and the community development package of the zoning, which required that they have community benefits for this project. In terms of the overall design of the project, the Appian Village site is defined as an opportunity site by the 3 corridor specific plan, and has a residential capacity of approximately 225 units. So just based on the maximum density requirement, this property could go all the way up to 225. The 154 units are designed to be approximately 20.8 dwelling units per acre, which as part of the specific plan zoning is right on the border of the lowest density of the range, which is at the lowest end. And the scale and design of the buildings were designed to contextually add a new look to the section of Appian Way. By changing the streetscape to incorporate residential units with front doors facing Appian Way gives the area a softer look compared to the former vacant Dr. Medical Center. Sheets A24 and sheet number 3 of the site plans, as attachment C, shows a portion of the streetscape and color schemes for the project. The project is proposing 2 color schemes that will allow for a differentiation of the buildings throughout the project. So all of these, in figure 5 shows in your staff report, has the 2 different color schemes for the project. The project has been designed such that all the garages are oriented to the rear of the building, so you will not be able to see any of the garages from the front of the property. And of course, to avoid the sea of garage look that may occur when only one color is being used for the garage, staff required the color scheme to be applied to the garage section of the buildings as well, which makes the garage better integrated with the rest of the building. And again, so we don't have that sea of garage and some of the other developments that are in the area. We've kind of looked at that. Figure 6 of the staff report shows kind of the elevation views of what the stack flats and the terms of the elevations of the buildings would look like as part of the project. Figure 7 is elevation view of the 8 buildings unit type to see the difference in color schemes and designs, and then all the building types: the 4 unit building, the 5 unit building, the 7, 8, and 10 unit buildings are shown on sheets A009, A012, A018, and A021 of the plan, which is as part of the attachment C of your staff report. Generous landscaping is incorporated to create a sense of community within the development. The landscaping along Appian Way and Canyon Drive give the project more of a residential themed areas, like with your street trees, as you would have just down another residential street and as other residential areas of the city. The proposed site plan includes large green spaces such as bioswales and small park amenities throughout the project, designed for shared Appian Village community use. So, as we see, as part of the comprehensive design review findings, in order to approve the comprehensive design review, the Planning Commission must find for each of the required comprehensive design review findings. Each of the findings is listed below, followed by staff's comments and conclusions. Item 1, the proposed project is consistent with the objectives of the general plan and complies with the zoning regulations, plan development, master plan, or specific plan provisions, improvement standards, and other applicable standards and regulations adopted by the city. Staff's comment: basically, the general plan, specific plan policies have been identified as part of the staff report. With the project is consistent with table 17.24020 development standards for the city of Pinole, with the base zoning regarding setbacks and front yard setbacks, height of the buildings. They all fall within those guidelines. Section 17.24030, which provides additional standards for multifamily zoning districts. The project is consistent with tables 6.16 through table 6.19 and figure 6.11 of the Appian Way corridor land use and development standards. Additionally, the applicant has provided community benefits as required by the CMU zone district and the 3 corridor specific plan in order to develop the CMU designated parcel as 100% residential. Based on the zoning and the size of the parcels, development at the project site is at a minimum of 231 units. The proposed units count for Appian Village is 154. All residential projects in the city are required to have an inclusionary affordable housing component, which is required by 17.32020 of the Pinole zoning code, that requires that 15% of the proposed project shall be affordable units. Appian Village is required to provide 23 units of moderate income, which is 120% of the AMI. Appian Village is proposing that 31 units out of the 154 would be available for households making 80 to 120% of median income. So they've added an additional 8 units. The project exceeds the municipal code requirements for affordability. Staff concludes that based on the discussion above, the proposed project is consistent with the general plan, 3 corridor specific plan, and the city of Pinole zoning ordinance. Finding number 2 is the proposed project will not create conflicts with vehicular, bicycle, or pedestrian transportation modes of circulation. Staff comment, Appian Village has 2 ingress and egress locations. Of course, the main access being at Canyon Drive, Appian Way. The second access is located on Canyon Drive. The access on Appian Way is a full signalized intersection with split phasing to add additional safety features for pedestrians and cyclists. The access of Canyon Drive is a full access entry that allows residents to access the Appian Way intersection and then access the Interstate 80 if possible. It's right there. All the visitors parking stalls, each unit has vehicular garages. There are no parking for vehicles behind the buildings. Each unit has a vehicular garage, and there's no parking for vehicles behind the buildings. All the visitor stars will be marked. The project is also proposing separate entrances in front of the building and the rear of the building for pedestrian access for the residents. Appian Way has improved curb, gutter, and sidewalk for pedestrian access in front of the project area. There's also a crosswalk with high visibility striping and pedestrian crossing signage at the main entrance of the project and at the corner of Canyon Drive and Appian Way. And sheet 3.0, the design package outlines what's being proposed at those intersections with the sidewalk and crosswalks, as well as the interior streets for the project. Staff concludes that based on the discussion, the proposed project will not create conflicts with vehicular, bicycle, or transportation modes of circulation. 3, the third finding, the site layout, which means the orientation and placement of the buildings and parking areas, as well as the landscaping, lighting, and other development features are compatible with and complement the existing surrounding environment and ultimately the ultimate character of the area under the general plan and applicable specific plans. Staff's comment is, as all of the project amenities are located within the project area, as is for Appian Village residents, as seen on sheet 3.0 of the project plans. Attached C, the project sites layout, as well as the landscaping, lighting, and other development features are compatible and complement the existing surrounding environment and ultimately the ultimate character of the area under the general plan and specific plan. The project plan submitted with the application provide the landscaping and lighting plans that is consistent with the general plan, the 3 corridor specific plan, and the Pinole zoning ordinance regulations. The landscape plan includes the removal of existing trees on the project site and replacement with new trees. The site is proposing to remove 153 trees. They are proposing to plant 194. So there'll be more trees throughout the area that's already there, as well as, of course, the shrubs and the ground cover and the turf areas that is as part of the project. Based on the layout of the plan, the trees will need to be removed. So we looked at areas where we could try to save, but just where the building layout and the proximity of where the trees are, there was just no way to save any of those trees. Based on the above discussion, the site layout and development features that are compatible with the land and complement the existing surrounding environment and ultimate character of the area. The 4th finding, qualifying single-family residential and multifamily residential and residential mixed-use projects shall comply with all relevant standards and guidelines in the city's currently adopted design guidelines for residential development. Appian Village is proposing a multifamily project within the 3 corridor specific plan area. The 3 corridor specific plan area includes design guidelines for multifamily residential projects, which include design standards for massing, landscape, setbacks, and exterior building design. Appian Village project design includes elements that are consistent with the 3 corridor specific plan. The CMU and RMU zoning require development intensities of 20.1 to 30 units per acre at 20.88 acres. The proposed project minimizes the density to the lowest level of the scale while meeting all of the design standards, all the design guidelines. The building was also the front of the building is approximately 37.5 feet. They had the ability to go to 50 feet as part of the requirement for the Appian Way corridor. They also lowered the rear buildings from 35 feet down to 30 feet based on the residential. So they have done some modifications and they are well within the guidelines of the specific plan. Staff concludes that the project is consistent with the 3 corridor specific plan design guidelines. In conducting the comprehensive design review, the Planning Commission must take into account the following considerations. Each consideration is listed below, followed by staffs again. One is, again, considering the relating to the layout and the orientation of the building, signs, other structures, and open spaces, and other development features in relation to the physical characteristics, zoning, and land use of the surrounding property. Development package dated January 22nd, 2022, which attachment C is your report, as well as the assessment of the project in this report demonstrates that the project has been designed to consider all of the development features applicable to the project site and surrounding properties. Project orientation along Appian Way and Canyon Drive allow the project to have different orientations along the 2 roadways and within the interior of the project. The architecture for the project includes a mix of materials and colors. The mix of materials and colors will be used to provide a modern looking building. The building will be a mixture of stucco and sidings. Each unit has a porch, patio, and their own individual balcony. Staff concludes that based on the discussion in the staff report and the design package dated January 22nd, 2022, relating to the site layout and other design features to the relation that this project is consistent. Considerations relating to traffic safety, traffic congestion, including the effect of the development plan on traffic conditions on abutting streets, layouts of sites, regarding adequacy of off-street parking facilities to prevent traffic congestion and circulation patterns within the boundaries of the development. As shown on page 3.0 of the civil drawings, the project has two different ingress and egress ways. And again, those were widened. They were 24 feet. We widened them out to 32 feet. So there'd be more safety there. The access on Appian Way is an upgraded four-way signalized intersection with split phasing for additional safety. The access on Canyon Drive leads to a full signalized, again, I stated before, to a signalized intersection at Appian Way and Canyon. The layout of the site allows for driveways to be spread out through the project, and so that not all the traffic is coming from one ingress and egress of the property. Traffic study provided by the applicant shows all of the trip generation and circulation patterns within the boundary generated by this project, and concludes that the project will have a less than significant impact on vehicle miles traveled, and that the intersections will operate at acceptable levels. There are sidewalks all throughout the interior and exterior portions of the project. And staff concludes that as is documented in this report, the proposed design addresses and considered traffic safety and traffic congestion and the effect of the development on traffic conditions. The project also includes appropriately designed vehicle and pedestrian entrances, exits, driveways, and walkways. The third finding, which is the additional considerations necessary to ensure that proposed development is consistent with the general plan and all applicable plans. As stated before, documented in this report, the general plan and specific plan policies have been identified to evaluate consistency with the project. In the City of Pinole general plan, project is found to be consistent with the general plan, the 3 corridor specific plan, including the project's consistency with minimum and maximum densities as prescribed by the city's zoning ordinance. Staff concludes in this report that this project is consistent with the general plan and 3 corridor specific plan. Considerations relating to the availability of city services, but not limited to water, sewer, drainage, police and fire, and whether such services are adequate based upon city standards. Based on the review of available utility information, the project has availability for water, sewer, drainage, police, and fire. The applicant will be required to install all new green infrastructure in compliance with the most current Contra Costa Clearwater Program programs, as required under the current regional water quality control permit. The project will also be required to add trash capture devices basins within the parking lots or the visitor parking areas, then the interior streets and visitors parking lot prior to the issuance of building permits for compliance. Staff concludes it also, and what I failed to mention in this part, but we also tell an in your plan set is an approved fire safety exit ingress egress from signed off by our fire department. So as part of the plan set, so that's also included. As documented in this report, city services are available and adequate to serve the site. Also, the developer will pay impact fees to augment city services for this project. As part of the vesting tentative subdivision map, the Appian Village is a for-sale residential project with a mix of market rate and affordable housing units. All 154 units are individual units within the 26 total buildings. As a part of the project, the applicant is applying for a vesting tentative subdivision map for condominium purposes. The applicant is proposing to subdivide the two parcels into 26 building parcels and 7 infrastructure parcels. So streets, which are A, B, C, F, and G, which are the roads, and then the 3 major bioswale areas. So all of that is included as part of your vesting tentative map. The tentative map was reviewed by the city land surveyor and found that the map was consistent with the Subdivision Map Act. City staff reviewed the map and determined that it was consistent with the general plan, 3 corridor specific plan, and the zoning ordinance of the city of Pinole, and recommends approval of the map to the Planning Commission. As part of the environmental review of this project, the California Environmental Quality Act actually provides for several categorical exemptions, which are applicable to categories of projects and activities that the lead agency has determined that generally do not pose a risk of significant impacts on the environment. The subject project consists of a residential development within the developed urban area of the city of Pinole. The project is exempt under section 15.332 of the state CEQA guidelines, class 32 infill developments. projects, and under Government Code Section 54457 and State Sequel Guidelines Section 15182, specific plan consistency. The details of these exemptions are located in attachments B of your report. As you can tell, as the environmental documents, these were just the technical appendices. As you can tell, what we did is we did an expanded expanded notice of exemption, which looked at the checklist that was provided by and then answered those questions accordingly. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer those. Our environmental consultant is also available. So if questions arise regarding that. As part of the public notification process, we want to add this just to let the commission and the public know what we've been doing for these bigger projects in terms of public notification. Pursuant to, just kind of give you what we're to do. Our standard noticing replies, one notice in the paper 10 days prior to the meeting, as well as noticing up to 300 feet of the residents around the area. That's what we're required to do. And as part of our code, we also mail to the owner of the subject real properties or owner's authorized agent to essential facility services to all the projects. We post to City Hall, and we mail to any person who has filed a written request for notice. Additionally, due to the size of this project, we did a number of different things. We required a virtual community meeting, which was hosted by the applicant, which occurred on June 2nd, 2021. We did some enhanced written notification, including increasing the radius of notification from 300 feet to 1,500 feet. Which increased the number of property owners in the vicinity who received notice from about 39 to like 651. So there's a big increase there. We provided an increased notification time period from the standard 10 days in advance of a hearing to 17 days. We required the applicant install a large 4x8 signs in 2 key locations at the property, which they're up right now, letting the public know about the application and upcoming hearing approximately 17 days in advance of the hearing. In fact, it was up, I think, before that. Without an individual development project website on the city's on the planning page in the planning department part of our website with project information, plans, studies, and hearings and notifications developed to maintain. Staff uses social media. I want to correct this. We didn't really use social media. But we did outline it in our city's administrative report that goes out every 2 weeks. I'm not quite sure who it goes to, all the people that go to, but we included it in that. But in the future, we will be looking at different platforms that we would be able to notice people there. But we didn't do it for this. We didn't do that for this project. So with that, all of that good stuff, staff recommends that the Planning Commission adopt Resolution 2201, approving the comprehensive design review, the vesting tentative subdivision map, and CEQA notice of exemption for the construction of Appian Village, which consists of 26 3-story all-electric buildings, housing 154 units of for-sale market rate moderate and low-income housing, with 308 parking spaces within garages, 47 visitor parking spaces, as well as bicycle parking, and all new landscaping located at 2151 Appian Way. So with that, if you have any questions or any questions of staff, I'm happy to answer those. And then we'll go from there. Thank you.
Thanks, David. That was a lot of stuff. So I'm going to start with questions to staff from the commissioners. So I'm going to start with Frankie.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep.
Team? Hey, my question for staff was related to the Appian corridor, which would essentially be the front area. I was looking at document A024. What the show is building 3, 4, and 5 on Appian. And just below it on A024 of our Planning Commission documents, there's a building 20 just beneath it, which references a different color schematic. And I'm wondering if there's any way to take some of that color schematic from building 20 and apply that to building 4. What we'd be looking at essentially for cars driving by would be just a wall of housing, right? But if we could break that up and soften it with some additional color, I think that might be a good idea. So that's, I guess, initially one of the first things I wanted to see if that would be at all possible. Then secondly, I just want to make sure that when we talk about affordable housing, we also share with the community what that affordable housing looks like. So generally speaking, there's two numbers that I see for West Contra Costa, and if we can get some clarification on this from the developer. It looks like the average median income would be about $103,000. So when we look at affordable housing, my understanding is that applicant would need to make a gross income of about $80,000. And then if it's low income, that would be through HUD about $62,000. So I guess when we look at talking to the community about affordable housing, we need to understand that these are not giveaway prices. These folks actually have to have income of a certain level to even qualify to have affordable housing. So I just would like, if we're going to discuss affordable housing in our community, that we ask the developer or city staff to educate the community on what affordable really does mean. These are, you need to have a pretty good job to be able to even afford one of these homes. So in consideration of that, I wish we could take a few minutes and make sure that we address that with the community. I do like that you have been very thoughtful and the developer's been very thoughtful about the EV charging and the solar in the units. I'm very happy about those. And I think for now, that would be the main items I'd like to have staff or the developer address for us. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Frankie. Simon?
My only question to start right now is because you're talking about a subdivision map, so individual will have technically the parcel. Will the secondary dwelling unit or ADU apply to those at all? Talk about the space, we talk about the buildings, we talk about somebody can easily convert a garage to an ADU. I mean, are we allowing that to happen, or are we particularly having any particular situations or bylaw or anything from the developer side or from the city that prevent it from happening?
Want to answer that now, or?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, Simon, we are requiring that they do an HOA. So they'll have an HOA as part of their project and CCNRs. And so we'll be reviewing those. We don't approve those, but we'll be reviewing those to make sure that they meet the essence of the law. But if they have an HOA, and Alex can probably correct me if I'm wrong, but they don't, HOAs don't need to.
So HOAs do need to allow ADUs. Those aren't proposed as part of this project. We as the commission knows, are very limited in our ability to regulate ADUs. So if and when owner of one of these individual townhomes decides or proposes to convert a garage, like you mentioned, to an ADU, the city would process that in accordance with the state laws that are in effect at that time. Under current law, we're pretty limited in our ability to deny that.
Thank you, Mr. Wong, because that's kind of the questions that I want to raise, because not saying that I like or dislike the development. I have those, except that we're talking about wow, I mean, you have 150 units that can actually convert the space to an ADU. That's doubling, the amount of people that's going to be, living there if there's no other thing that we can do about it.
About kind of a side question to that. Can you be allowed an ADU, but then go out of code for the required parking for the unit?
So yes, when you convert an garage, the state law prohibits the city from requiring a replacement parking spot when you convert or demolish, covered parking or a garage into an ADU. HOAs, while they can't prohibit ADUs, state law doesn't allow HOAs to prohibit ADUs. They do have more ability to regulate what kind of ADUs are allowed within their community than the city has. So it's possible, we haven't looked at this at all, but it's possible that a HOA may have some greater ability to prevent that than the city would.
Have you seen that?
We haven't, because when the city processes a application, the city doesn't enforce CCNRs. Those are private agreements, so the city doesn't process that. That's excuse me, the city doesn't enforce those. Those are for the homeowners association to enforce, and the city just processes any application it receives in accordance with the city's ordinances and state law. So we don't, haven't seen if any HOAs have been regulating ADUs in a more restrictive way.
Okay. For voting, but okay. David Curran?
Sure. Okay.
You have any questions?
I want to, since we're on a topic of ADUs, I was kind of trying to figure out how anybody could have an ADU on this, but I guess it would the only way you could do it because their property is only their unit. I guess they can convert the garages to a dwelling unit, but that would create some real issues with parking because I'm sure that the HOA could restrict the visitor parking just to visitors and not residents. But it's an interesting thing to think about. But first of all, I just want to give a quick comment about the zoning of this area, because when we were developing the last general plan for this, there was some talk about maybe a business like Home Depot or Lowe's moving into this property. So we had to have some mechanism to allow commercial, but at the same time, we also were pressured to provide enough zoning for housing too. So that's why we kind of went with the split residential commercial zoning for this area, just to give you a little background. I was wondering about the garages with tandem garages. That would mean that one car would go deep into the garage. And I wonder if there would be any carbon monoxide issues with having tandem parking in a garage. Is there something that has to be, some kind of air system or something like that to kind of remove the carbon monoxide from that garage, or is that an issue?
That I'll let the applicant talk. I'll let the applicant talk to that one and that issue. But no, there's nothing that has either like a cleansing system or anything within the garage that would do that. Hopefully, you just go in, start or stop your car, get out of your car, and go into your unit, which you would have access from the unit. So, but I'll let the applicant speak to that.
Okay, when they're out there. And the other side of that coin is the fact that we are going more to electric cars than internal combustion engines. So I was also wondering about whether there would be any charging plug for electric cars in these garages, or whether that would be something that could be easily added.
Yeah, the applicant already agreed to, as part of their community benefit for this, is to be wired for electric cars, so that if and when a resident were to buy an electric car, they'd have the ability to plug in their garage. So yeah,
that's great.
All 154 units would have that.
That's really great. And as you know, I've been always concerned about job and housing balance. And I look at some of these units being ideal for teachers that are teaching at the junior high because they could just walk to work. I was wondering if there was a way of providing either a condition or some incentive for teachers to be able to purchase these units, either by putting in the conditions of approval or by just an understanding with the developer or and how much interest there would be in having something like that. Again, so first of all, can we put in the conditions of approval? And if not, then I'll wait until we talk to the applicant to kind of see about their thoughts on that.
Good question, Commissioner. It is not something that we can put as a condition of approval. What our ordinance does allow is allow a general preference for individuals that live or work in Pinole is what our inclusionary housing ordinance requires. So that is something that is in the agreement. More specific one is not something that's authorized by our ordinance.
Okay, all right, so that answers that question. And my next thing is that, as you know, I've really been concerned about the traffic at the Terra Hills Appian intersection, because I think there's some design improvements that could be added to that intersection that would make the traffic flow better, especially with this and also the the Safeway development. I know that there's going to be a traffic study done as a condition, but the way it reads right now, it says all mitigating improvements outlined in the study shall be installed by the applicant at their expense. Of course, I don't see how we could require them to do any improvements on that intersection, especially when it requires maybe an additional lane or stuff like that. But somehow I just would like to make sure that, that my thoughts are, which I hope are well understood by the city about how that intersection is going to need some severe upgrades if it's going to be handling all the traffic that we have right now. So I don't know whether we could have that as a condition or whether that's something that I can just voice and hope that the city will recognize the need for improving that intersection. So again, can we add that as a condition, or is it something just all I can do is make my thoughts known? Okay.
I would say that a strict condition is not something we could require for this project. I would mention though, this project will be paying traffic impact fees that are the purpose of which are to mitigate some of potential issues. So it's possible, I'm not familiar if this is on the CIP as a future project. Dave, if you know.
No, I don't think it is, at least not at this time. But the money that's being the transportation fee money, and also the stamp fees that they pay in terms of regional roadways could go in effect. I mean, there are some Caltrans intersections that we've got to deal with as well. So they will be paying their traffic impact fees.
Okay. And my last thing, we were talking about, these being owner, that they would be for sale units, but I guess I would include people who want to investment, people who are buying these for investment and renting them. I don't know if there's going to be, it would be possible to put a condition to restrict it to be owner occupied. Actually, I'm not even going to follow through this question because I don't think we can actually put a condition to say that these units can't be rented. So I won't even go there anymore. That's all I had.
Thanks, David. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I have a couple quick questions. One is on the lead process. Where are they currently at in the lead standing? Are they just as far as the rating? If they're not lead gold.
Well, without I don't, to be honest, I wouldn't know. That would probably, we'd have to take a look at the guidelines of where they were, but I would assume they would be on the lower end, even on the lower end, because some of those are pretty specific things that they would need to do as part of that project. So, I mean, and maybe the applicant can answer this question, but I would say they're definitely on the lower, they'd still be on the quote, the lower end of these.
I was curious what other points were pursued or what other strategy pursued to get to that lead gold.
Well, a lot of them they can't do because they're not commercial projects. So they don't have, in terms of like window ratings or additional glass to help offset, daylight and all that. And I'll let them answer of what the topics they were, but we talked about windows, we talked about the increased the increase of the Title 24 requirements, because that's kind of like the windows and stuff like that, as well as all the all electric. I just don't know where that sits as part of the LEED certification process. So.
And then I had a quick question on one of the other community benefits was the development of the new rooftops, kind of to support the retail services. Just kind of curious what that meant, if that would just meant having just more people physically there to support the retail, or if there's some other thing.
Yeah, no, it's just the addition of those 154 people that are right there that have access, that have pretty close access to those commercial areas. So we can assume that just their increase in numbers would, there is a halo effect of the people that are going and purchasing items from all the different stores that are fairly close to them. So that's all that was.
And then just to echo on what David said, because I do agree the same issue. I heard traffic in that area is horrible, especially around Pinole Middle. And I was curious, David mentioned that the traffic study will be done and any mitigation measures will be paid by the applicant, or the impact fees will then be utilized to potentially offset any sort of traffic issues.
I mean, they did a traffic study for their particular project in which they reviewed the intersections that were closest to the project. And so those mitigations they're doing by adding the fourth leg of the traffic signal. I mean, that pretty much that mitigation measure right there pretty much helps really alleviate some of those traffic issues. And the number of vehicle miles traveled, they took into account that their proximities to some of these stores, that they, in terms of trips and that. And so that's kind of where the traffic study came out. The traffic consultant basically came out and just said that there wouldn't be a significant impact as part of this project based on the split phase, based on the pedestrian activity to the commercial areas as well. So
even at the higher times of the school pickups and when people are coming home and leaving for work.
Yeah, I mean, the school pickups, I mean, this will be a 24-hour development. So you basically have 3 peak times in this area. You have the morning peak and the evening peak, and then you have the school peak. In most cases, you figure most of the residents will be working and not there at the PM peak. If there are children that go to those schools, they can walk home from usually they're right across the street. So you wouldn't have that same from the school peak. From in terms of the morning and the afternoon, I think there was a comparison of what was there as part of the hospital, and it was actually a little less than that. I'll have to recheck the traffic report on that. But because there was traffic there, even though it was 16 years ago, and they tried to compare some apples with apples. But in most cases, they felt because of the split phase, because the school is letting out different hours, and that the complex is what I call a 24-hour complex. Not everybody, there's people who have night jobs that aren't there. There's a range of different things. So by adding the additional traffic intersection and restriping, Appian Way for the bike lane and all that, as well as not allowing for any left turns in there, that kind of, it also streamlines kind of Appian Way through there. I mean, even though the hospital hasn't been there for 16 years, they had multiple accesses along that line. Now there's only going to be basically 2. So they basically kind of streamlined at least the pass through traffic. So which this project can't mitigate for that. So they can't mitigate for the person who gets off on 80 and goes to San Pablo and turns left on Pinion and goes that way. So, they can only mitigate what their impacts are causing in the project.
And I guess maybe there's a question for Alex then. So if as part of our conditions of approval, could we add additional community benefits? For example, I'm not letting me go with this LEED thing. If we say, hey, you did a great job in adding the EV charge and the solar panels, but we think we could do more. If we're not going to quite hit LEED goal, can we add additional community benefits as part of the conditions of approval? Or we didn't maximize at the 3?
What the general plan requires, it says 3 from list, and it's clear that the list is examples. So if they were providing 3 that were explicitly on the list, it would be hard for the commission to say they hadn't met them because they're explicitly on the list. But if they're not meeting them right now, they're suggesting alternatives that staff has determined are similar. So that does provide the commission some flexibility to say, we don't think those are similar and we want to add something more. Dave can talk more about the process, but I know he and Lily had a very extensive back and forth with the applicants about the community benefits and really working to get a community staff thought was equivalent to what was listed in the general plan.
So, I mean, in terms of the, like I said, I mean, I'm not quite sure of what the lowest lead. I know it's bronze, silver, and gold, and platinum. I would assume that a lot of these would probably be more close to the bronze certification, or maybe even a little more, since all 26 buildings are going to be electric. I mean, it could raise the standard, but we didn't really consider it as a lead because it's very difficult, again, for residential developments to create that, to even multifamily, to get those lead certifications are very tight, and it causes a big additional cost to building these projects. So, but we can ask the applicant of where we stand with that.
Well, I mean, lead gold is meant to be tough. I mean, that's why it's gold. But it is meant to be difficult.
Yeah.
And then another quick question for Alex. And as a electric car charger owner, can we actually, as part of the conditions of approval, make it so that the car charger is actually one of the 208 styles versus the 110? The 110s are just not useful. With that level of detail, make it a 208, so it's at least it's a functional car charger for people.
You could, yes, make that what the condition of, but that's what you want as part of the community benefit. I don't know if that's what's already being proposed.
No, I think there's just it's just a standard, EV for standard EV charge.
I mean, I love the idea of the car charger. It's just, I know it's useful. The 110 is kind of limited. No other questions. Thanks. Okay, thanks. Raphael?
All right, so as I'm sure all of you expect, I have numerous questions. I'm going to go through them in order, starting with attachment A, the conditions of approval. First off, I'm assuming that when there's a conflict between the conditions of approval and the technical documents, that the conditions of approval are the ones that are accurate. So for example, exhibit A, I believe condition number 4, community benefits, states that solar panels will be provided for each unit and there'll be free wiring for electric vehicles in each garage, which I read as the necessary wiring for chargers to be installed will be there, but there won't actually be any chargers. Because in later assessments, it just discusses solar ready versus actually solar being installed, I believe in technical appendix B once we get there. So I'm assuming that condition 4 is the accurate one there. Let's see, 22 is more of a comment than a question. With regards to EVN AQ-2, condition of approval number 107 on page 37 out of 54. It ensures that the use agreement and other property documents require cleaning, maintenance, and monitoring of the affected buildings for airflow leaks, include assurance that new owners and tenants are provided information on the ventilation system, and include provisions that fees associated with owning or leasing a unit in the building, including funds for cleaning, maintenance, monitoring, and replacement of filters as needed. Since most conditions of approval are basically enforceable by denying a permanent occupancy, how would the city enforce a longer term condition of approval like this?
Well, it's basically what it is an ongoing condition, so that what we would ask for is a plan for them to show us a plan of what their maintenance schedule is, and then it'd be up to them to maintain that plan. So it's not, that's just part of the environmental. I don't know if you're going to.
Going to add that, and also violation of conditions of approval for a project, could subject the then property owner to administrative citations and fines as well. That's not something the city normally gets to or has to do, but that is an option authorized by the code.
Because this project will have an HOA, the HOA will be, will have a lot of authority over that as well, so.
So that's my questions for conditions of approval. Now with regards to the CEQA checklist, I have some questions there because there's a fair number of CEQA items where they're referring to the city's basically prior created specific plan EIR to basically act as a justification for this, because one of the ways that the city is going through implementing the CEQA requirements for this project, as I understand it, is basically saying it conforms to the broader 2010 general plan EIR. But there are some of the items in the EIR. Let me see if I can find specific examples. So for example, on page 66 of the CEQA analysis, it states impact 4.4.3, and this is talking about the general overall plan. Implementation of the proposed project general plan update 3 corridor specific plan and zoning code update would conflict with the multimodal transportation service objectives, MSTOs, identified in the West County Action Plan. This is considered a significant impact and remains significant and unavoidable with mitigation. And I'm curious as to whether in the various instances where the city found significant and unavoidable with impact, unavoidable with mitigation, as you can see for several impacts of that page, whether it also made findings of an overriding consideration, as you can see in some of the other ones. I'm going to try and find an instance. Because often when they have this statement along the lines of significant and unavoidable with mitigation, but the next line is the city makes a finding that, yes, there we go. So for example, on page 57, impact 4.5.7 says implementation of the proposed project, general plan update, et cetera, in combination with other development in nearby areas of Contra Costa County would increase transportation notice along area roadways. This would be a cumulatively considerable impact. A statement of overriding consideration was adopted for a significant and unavoidable impact. And I've noticed that for some of the impacts, it doesn't say there a statement of overriding consideration was adopted. So is it safe to assume that the city adopted statements of overriding consideration in instances like the one I mentioned?
Right. In general, when they would have adopted the general plan and the 3 corridor specific plan, they basically adopt general statement of overriding considerations for all of those impacts that are significant and unavoidable. So those would have been listed as part of that, as part of the project. So as part of the project of the specific plan and the general plan, so that when we are reviewing projects that are within those areas, then we can mitigate. We're mitigating that through the significant. We're using the finding of overriding consideration that was adopted as part of the general plan. So we're using that as part of the mitigation. And I think our environmental consultant, is she on the line, Dave? Or I want to make sure she.
Good evening. This is Olivia. I'm here. Yeah. I'm happy to jump in at the commission's request.
Okay. So yeah, Olivia, we just had a question regarding, I don't know if you've heard it, with the statement of overriding. So if you could respond to that, that'd be great.
Yeah, I heard your response as well. And that is accurate. That is typically what the city does when there is a significant and findings of fact that are adopted. There is a resolution that was passed, resolution number 2010-88. That was what certified the general plan and the specific plan EIR, and that includes So to the commissioner's question regarding whether or not each one of those had an override, based on my review of the record, it does appear that overrides were adopted for each of those. And what we did as we were going through the environmental analysis for this was we were comparing what was done and what the conclusions of that were. And in some cases, it sounds like we were clear that there was an override. In some cases, we weren't so clear. But it is understood that overrides were adopted for all of the significant and unavoidable impacts from the. Just to reiterate what about how these can then be used moving forward is that the city has essentially made an acknowledgement that implementing the general plan, the specific plan would result in significant and unavoidable, but that is acceptable because there's an impact, but because of the findings in the record, we're accepting that because the benefits outweigh the risk is essentially what that override does. And so you can apply that override moving is an outcome of the specific plan.
Okay,
I hope that helps. Happy to pass.
that definitely helps. I just want to double check and make sure that the override did apply even when it wasn't explicitly called out for each impact. Because I noticed that on some of the impacts it was called out and on others it wasn't. So it's good to know that that covers all of that. On page 67, it's discussing the traffic analysis zone. It says the project site is located within TAZ 10234, which is a baseline VMT per capita of 13.6 miles, which is less than the VMT screening threshold of 14.7 miles per capita. So how large are the TAZ sort of quadrants? And is it just a generic application of an assumption you're in this quadrant, this is how many miles you're going to travel, or is there more specific analysis done?
I'm happy to jump in with where I can, and if the transportation consultants online were getting into the weeds, the details of how the transportation model is set up. So those TAZs are defined as a standard. So it can vary depending on the nature of where we're looking in the TAZ. Off the top of my head, I can't tell you the exact limits of that specific TAZ. I just can tell you that that's the standard TAZ. It wouldn't change from model to model. That would be the what's defined in that area. So it looks at an area. Typically, the way a TAZ is identified is capturing an area with similar kinds of uses within proximity to one another. So it's a bit of an exercise that transportation engineers go through when they're looking at setting up a model to say which neighborhoods, which communities, which parts of the city kind of belong in the same grouping from a transportation standpoint. So I'll leave it there for now. And if the transportation engineer wants to add to that, they can.
Looking briefly to make sure I don't have any other questions within sequence. So now on to the technical appendices. So Appendix B was the reason why I asked whether the conditions of approval were overriding, because I noticed that in Appendix B on page, I believe.
I'm sorry, Raphael, what appendix? B?
Appendix B, as in beta,
Okay.
a technical memorandum from the environmental analysis, project air quality and greenhouse gas analysis. So on page 15 of that, I'd point out on table 7 that by far the largest greenhouse gas emissions impact is mobile, i.e. the cars. But it also states that additionally, the proposed project would include solar-ready roofs. So that's why I had the question about whether the conditions of approval govern. I assume that they do, and that therefore this is just outdated. Secondly, with regards to the arborist report, that's Appendix C1. I have a question about tree number 439 on that chart in particular, the one that's in a planter. It says it's in a planter. I was wondering whether it could be removed rather than simply need to be destroyed as part of the overall removal, or whether I'm just misunderstanding how the planter works.
Well, I think the whole planter has to be removed. So everything in the planter must be removed. So as part of the construction of the project. I don't know if the arborist is on the line with you, Olivia. But I think there were a couple other trees that were in a planter, and all of that will be destroyed as part of the construction of the project. So it has to be removed. It's just showing that its existing place was in a brick planter.
Right, I was just wondering if it might be easier to move that, because I know a lot of the trees are planted in the ground, you're probably going to have to destroy them. It seemed like it might be possible with the planter, but I don't know, that might be infeasible. At any rate, with regards to the cultural resources constraints analysis and historic resource evaluation, I'm assuming that that's confidential under state law, and that the relevant results from that were extracted and placed in the staff report for our consideration.
Right, and there were conditions that were added that if there's anything found as part of their excavation, that they are to stop immediately and identify, and we are to identify the Native Americans and to have somebody on site. And I think there is a condition for them to be on site. I'm not positive.
In Appendix G, there's a comment on page 11 discussing a single heat pump condenser unit for each residential unit. So I was wondering whether it's planned as part of the electric construction that they plan to do heat pumps, or whether they plan to do resistive heating as part of their build out. And then with regards to a traffic impact study, that was another one of the areas where I wanted to double check and make sure that the conditions of approval governed, because there was at least one point in there. I'm going to try and find. On page 2, it states that affordable housing is proposed as 15% of the units. And since the traffic impact study was completed relatively recently, April 7th, 2022, I just want to double check and make sure that the 20% in the conditions of approval will be what governs there, rather than the.
Right, they just did the base on the 15%, because the base, the project as part of our inclusionary housing ordinance is 15%. So they based it off of that, even though the project proposed an additional 5% additional for affordable housing. So that's why there's difference. And yes, the conditions of approval do carry over on that, because they're using a higher percentage as part of the affordable housing.
All right, and then in Appendix F, I noticed that there was mention of removal of a underground storage tank and a finding of benzene in one of the surveys that stated, yes, so I think this is on page 11 of Appendix F. It states the soil vapor sample we take from the main parking lot area near the entrance contained benzene at a concentration of 140 micrograms per cubic meter. And that was above the Regional Water Quality Board environmental screening level of 48 per cubic meter. And then a later study, so on page 13, they say they reevaluated the data by determining the 95% upper confidence level of the mean PCE benzene and ethyl benzene concentration detected during the initial investigation performed at the site. And then they determined that benzene was slightly over the residential screening level. And once grading occurs, it would be likely that the benzene concentrations would dissipate. I'm assuming that's because they would be replacing the dirt that the benzene is contaminated as part of the overall tear down everything and replace fill and so on and so forth.
Right. That is correct.
Okay. And then getting to attachment C, finally. Looking at a number of the points in there, it looks like the existing sort of tri-split median at the intersection of Canyon and Appian, and to a lesser extent, Terra Hills is going to remain. So there's still going to be sort of that slip right-hand turn lane. Is that going to remain?
Yes, so that's going to remain.
Okay. And then with regards to on page, I think this is sheet number 4, the preliminary utility plan, it shows about no charted gas main lines, which is expected because there's not going to be gas used here. But it also doesn't show proposed communication lines. So I'm wondering, does that mean they're not planning to do any upgrades to initial existing communication lines, and all they're just planning to leave that in place and have that be effectively communication, or if it's just not on this chart because it would be excessively busy if it was designed that way?
Well, this as part of the dry utilities will come in Most of them will be in the easement in the front of the property and along the edges of the property. But there will be a utility easement in between. I think it is outlined. For the existing if it's stained, but they will be probably what I'm assuming and based on the plans that I read, that there will be some extensions to the existing, whatever's existing in terms of the communication. They'll be working with all of those dry utilities, the cable companies and that, to then circulate their plan throughout the community to meet the requirements of the community. So we really don't have that plan yet. What we normally do with that is reserve a PUE so that they can go in and just dig it up and go into their easement and do that. So, which we did require some PUEs as part of the condition of approval of the project, because they can wiggle in and out of different things. So but we try to keep them in a PUE so that and that's basically for telephone, telephone, cable, internet, all that good stuff. So they'll be in their own conduit within the project area, within a PUE.
And then finally, the plan line study, I'm not sure how that's numbered in here. It's just marked as plan line study here. It's right after the fire service exhibit. It shows a potential future bus stop on Canyon. Does Westcat plan to have a line going through Canyon onto Appian?
Yeah. Currently there is a bus stop there currently, and they're right across from the CVS. And so what we're doing is we're enhancing that bus stop at a shelter, and we're kind of moving it up a little bit into so that it's, because that's a pretty steep grade. And so we're trying to move it up a little bit to get it as flat as possible. So, but it's not a new one. We're just kind of moving the old one up a little bit with additional infrastructure for Westcat riders.
Okay, because the line along Appian Way is obvious. I was a little bit more surprised to see one on Canyon.
Yeah, the one right now, the bus route on Appian Way has been discontinued. That was Route 17. However, with talking with Westcat, there could be talks of restarting that line, and so we wanted to make sure that we have the facilities available for them when they're ready to open that line again. And so by moving, which I don't, it doesn't show on this plan, but the benches that are on the other side of the street will be moved up closer to the intersection so that the kids or whoever the buses will stop, in similar areas, so that, and not, not towards Canyon and not towards Appian. They'll be closer together on Appian.
Okay, and then I have a few comments on various points within the traffic impact study, but I'm assuming I should reserve those for later on in the meeting, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, then I believe that's all of my questions for now. Thank you.
And
I think you've gotten everything that I was going to say. Everything. Just kidding. Actually, though, Appendix D is online, so you can see it there, and it's actually very interesting with the history of that whole area. So you can check that out online. It's available there. I had just a couple of questions. One, I was wondering regarding the public meeting was in June.
Yeah.
I couldn't find any feedback there, where maybe we could access if we weren't able to attend that meeting, where we could find any of the feedback, what some of the people's concerns were, some of their thoughts were.
Right. I thought, okay. The main concerns we had were there was a lot of discussion regarding traffic on man, the potential increased traffic on man. We had some interests regarding the lots on Paquito, the height of the building, and how they were going to affect the lots on Paquito Court. There was a number of issues regarding public safety in terms of, or people that had issues regarding public safety of how we were going to, at the time they only had the 24-foot entrances and exits, and usually fire trucks use, they need a little more than that. So those were some of the things that were corrected as part of the plan. So those were the main issues that were at the community meeting. There was probably about 9 or 10 people there. There was about 1 or 2 people that were doing most of the communicating. So we were answering those as the project, and the project applicant can also address that as well, because had the meeting. So I thought we had a recording of it. I'll have to check, but I'm pretty sure we did. It might not have been online, but I'll have to take a look. It was recorded as part of the project. So
Excellent. Okay, great. Yeah, just to make sure that, I mean,
Right.
to confirm. And so the traffic on Man, those concerns right there were addressed with putting in the four-way and the split.
well, I think there were
Space.
I think there were some concerns about the actual traffic going through going from the project through that intersection to Man and trying to cut to San Pablo or I think there's another school that you can cut through, or there's some cut throughs that they thought that were going to happen with the project.
Okay, all right. Well, I don't know.
And I think I think I see some of the people that I've talked with, so I'm sure they'll be addressing those issues as well because that we're at that meeting.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mhm.
And then I did have a question regarding the bike lane, as far as the community benefits, that they will provide a newly striped bike lane, but I'm wondering from where to where.
Well, right now, I mean, they can only do their project frontage. So what's going to happen is they'll stripe the fog line, but there'll be enough right away there for the bike lane, for a comprehensive bike lane when we're able to get it from all the way from Appian to San Pablo. So there'll be right away dedication. And then as part of their striping plan, their stripe will be, it won't have necessarily the stenciling at this point. But it'll have the stripe of where it would start as part of the lane deviation. So, but because right now it's just a bike lane to nowhere because we don't have the access on, and that is a part. I think that is a capital improvement as part of a signal project with at Marlesta. So the city does have a capital project there. And I think part of that was to get the bike lane in that intersection during that time as well. So there could be where we could get it to Marlesta, which the city, I mean, they'll provide as part of the traffic impact fee. There is a non-modal or multimodal portion that we could then come in and draw the line. But they'll have the right of way. All the right of way will be accessible through their project area as part of that.
Okay, so we couldn't, as part of the community benefits, ask for the striping to go all the way to Marlesta and maybe on both sides. I mean, I'm thinking safe roads to schools. I mean, this is right across from Pinole Middle. You mentioned another elementary school right down there. So I'm just wondering it is part of the community benefits. It's already written in there. So I was wondering if it was possible for us to be specific. I think this is a great project and I think you've done a fabulous job in presenting it, but, wondering about there's going to be an impact here on traffic. We've got the traffic impact study, but there are issues with collisions and such like that, that, obviously the engineers asked, or recommended that we address. So I'm wondering, how much more is it to have a very specific?
Well, that'd be something we'd have to take a look at what the cost would be and the nexus to make sure that we can prove the nexus of the project. So, I mean, I might refer to Alex on that. I mean, if we require, that's an additional probably quarter mile, half mile of. There is in their project area. I'm pretty sure that, they can do it in front of their area. But it'll be one of those, it's a bike lane that goes to nowhere. I'm not quite sure of the right of way after you leave their project area. It gets pretty thin through there. But I'm not sure. They would have to probably restripe to get the right of way. There might be the right of way there, but they would probably have to restripe Appian to get the bike lane in there and potentially the lanes. So I don't know if there's enough right away through there.
Yeah, the reason I asked about the right of way is, we can't require them, and I think don't want to require them to do something unless the city's, traffic engineer, public works director have decided, it's feasible there. It's more than just, going out and painting the lanes. If you need to reconfigure the whole street to accommodate that, that's a much bigger undertaking that requires
Of course, no, I understand that, but it's part of the 3-quarter specific plan too. So as a 11, 5-foot, all the way to Marlesta. So my assumption then would be that that had been thought of when that 3-quarter specific plan was proposed.
Frankly, it's something we need to look at. I'm not familiar with.
Well, I mean, there is a policy regarding the circulation element as part of the bike. There's a class 2 bike lane from the freeway. I'll just say from the freeway from Canyon all the way down to actually all the way down to San Pablo. So, but there would have to be some engineering. There probably have to be some engineering done, and some potential lane restriping based on the right of way. So, and I don't know how much room, because once you pass Appian, there are no houses that front Appian until you get past Morlista, and then there's, I think, a business and that. So it gets kind of thin through there. It does crunch down, but I mean the right of way does get a little smaller. So there could be have to adjust drive lanes from maybe 12 feet to 11 feet or 10 feet, at least on the second lane. So that would require some, and I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure where that right of way is to do that. And I don't know, and I'd have to refer to Alex, if I can require them to go all the way down to Marlesta with a bike lane as a community benefit. That I'm not quite sure if we can.
It's about 700 meters.
So what's that, a half mile?
Approximately, yeah.
Half mile.
The commission can decide that the current community benefit is not sufficient and do and put something else in there, requiring the bike lane. I just don't know, and I think Dave's touched on this a little bit, whether that is feasible. A private individual cannot go in and restripe lanes and make 12 lanes, 12-foot lanes into 8-foot lanes or whatever. That requires the city to undertake and to go through, a pretty comprehensive process. I just don't know if that's feasible for.
Okay, well, and I'm just wondering as far as putting the money in the bank in order to get that stripe there, because, I know we have the plans for the future, but the future was always the future. And it's when we have the opportunity to take advantage of a really good project, which is going to be adding, hopefully families in there and getting kids on their bikes and things like that through a potentially dangerous area, I think we should take advantage of it. So especially since it's in the specific plan, down to Marlesta as 11-11-5 plus sidewalk kind of thing. So I'll leave that for now.
Because right through there is no sidewalk through there. So that's probably, that half mile is going to cost probably $1 million.
Well, I'm not going to ask $1 million and put in the sidewalk too, but I'm just thinking about the money in the bank as far as what the striping would cost.
Right.
So that helps, so that the city has
the ability to do that.
So something for us to think about.
Okay.
The other question, I believe that I saw when we were talking about the HOA that their HOA plan has to go through you or the planning commission.
We just it goes through stat. It's something that we just take a look at to make sure that it meets all the legal stuff. We don't have any. We can't make any changes to the HOA. We can't. That's a totally between the developer and the Department of Real Estate as part of their project. So, but we can take a look at it to make sure that it's consistent with like maybe our general plan or those types of things. And so that, or if there's some conditions in there that we see that were in there that maybe not be in there, we can ask them to add in. But we don't have a final approval over the HOA or the CCNRs.
Okay, excellent. And then finally, I was wondering, as part of that public meeting or such, if the developer or if we had reached out to the principal of Pinole Middle. Again, just thinking about traffic on Man and
the city, we reached out in the initial phase, and they didn't think that a lot of students would be coming that way, just because of the junior high ratio, elementary school, junior high school ratio that they use as part of their facility planning. They didn't think that very many junior high kids would be coming their way, so it'd mostly be elementary schools kids and that. So, but I don't know if the applicant, because they didn't make any comments during the review period, and we sent them the project. We sent West County, we sent it to the schools, the actual local schools here, and we didn't receive any comments.
Okay.
So yeah,
And it's on them.
yeah.
And it's on them. All right. That sounds good. I think those are all of my questions there for right now. So thanks again.
Okay. I only have a few questions since we've had so many already. And I'm not sure if it's to you or to the applicant. This is about the EV parking. Said that it's set up to be the future EV for the parking units, the parking for the units. Does that include the visitor parking too?
It from my understanding, what we talked about, and Trent, right. We talked about potential wiring, so bringing conduit in to allow for future, if there are future things. So it'd be more of just getting the conduit in, not necessarily putting charging stations up in the visitor parking lot.
Okay, because I know with commercial projects, there is a requirement for a certain amount of EVs, but we don't have that at the residential level?
No.
Okay. This might be kind of obvious.
Well, they have to be wired for it. I should take that back. They have to be like EV ready. They don't have to actually
You have to put them
install.
in, because like a
They don't
commercial
have to
project, you have
install
to
it,
put them
but they
in.
have, yeah, I mean, usually they can do, and that's usually, I think the building code requires that they at least have a conduit in there, but that they're solar ready, so to speak, or, charger ready. So it doesn't require them to actually put in the chargers.
Yeah. Because there have been a lot of changes in the code with EV parking in the last few years.
Yeah, and I'm sure in this next code cycle, there'll probably be a lot more.
But even more.
Yeah.
So is there a requirement for accessible units?
There are, I mean, as part of their units have to be accessible.
Mm-hmm.
So that's part of the building code. So they'll be working with the building department, making sure those units are accessible.
Because there's a connection with accessible units and EV chargers.
Right. Well, I mean, from the garage perspective, everything will be in the garage. So, but in terms of accessible, I mean, there's sidewalks all around the project, so people will be able from the visitor parking, be able to get up into the units and that type of thing. So yeah, I mean, in terms of that accessibility, there.
Okay.
And I know that they've got to build in accessibility into the units as part of the building code.
Okay. Again, this is, like I was saying, this might be a little bit obvious, but can you give a general definition of a stacked unit? I've heard some definitions that are kind of bizarre to me, so I want to see what you guys think of that.
Yeah, I mean, I'll let the applicant kind of explain it. From the way I understand it is the unit is they're stacked on top of each other with the ability with the garages that are underneath. So they're
vertical instead of horizontal.
Yeah. Yeah. And I'll let the applicant explain more.
Okay. And then which sanitary district is this project under? Is that under Pinole Hercules or is it under West County?
It's under Pinole Hercules.
Okay. And so was the capacity that this is going to generate verified, or is the hospital's former capacity kind of, just making it a wash?
Yeah, well, they'll do all their improvements plus pay their impact fees. So yeah, when we looked at it, from my understanding was that it was pretty much a wash. And they are doing some improvements downstream with other projects as well that will offset everything we do here. So so they gave them a will serve letter. So they're able to handle the capacity and they're able to handle the in terms of trunk line and plant.
Okay. And then the solar panels are is it just for general heating because there's no pools or anything there?
Yeah.
So where are the units for the heating for the units? Where's the heating system? Because I didn't see any in the plans. I didn't see any closets for that. Are they heat pumps or?
Yeah, I think they are, but I'll let the applicant answer to that. I didn't see.
Okay, so I just want because I heard a question about do they have rooftop units, but the roofs are all hip roofs. So
Right.
that wouldn't, that's kind of irrelevant. And we were kind of been batting around the whole LEED thing. I thought there was a residential version of LEED, because LEED's all really commercial.
Right.
But what my understanding of that is that it's so onerous, you're just better off just following CalGreen.
Yeah, I mean, they have to follow CalGreen as part of the code. I mean, and so, but they are doing a little more extra in terms of actually installing the panels, because technically the law doesn't require all new for the panels to be installed until 2025. So, but everything has to be EV or solar ready, but they're actually installing the panels for the units.
Yeah.
Of electricity cost, as well as of course, as well as the upgrade of the Title 24. So that's all within the CalGreen.
Yeah.
So that, yeah, I mean, those all meet those requirements.
Okay. Yeah, you're probably better off with CalGreen anyway. So. Yeah. Let's see. Questions. So I guess now we can hear from the applicant.
Okay. You want to open the public hearing first?
Well, first we open the public hearing. And so now we're going to hear from the applicant.
Hey, Dave, can we have the PowerPoint back up again? The last one that I just was clicking on. One from the applicant. Yeah, here we go. Okay. Thanks.
Is this working? Oh, very good. There we go. All right. Well, good evening, everybody. Thank you all so very much for your time, honorable members of the commission, staff, and residents and neighbors here this evening. My name is Trent Sanson. I'm here on behalf of DeNova Homes here this evening. We are local, private, family-owned and operated development construction company not too far away from here over in Concord, just down the road on Highway 4 a little bit. We're very pleased and fortunate to be here amongst you all this evening. We've worked very closely with Mr. Hannum and city staff to refine the project to what it is here before you this evening and concur with all of the recommendations for approval. And since Mr. Hannum did such an excellent job presenting a very thorough and detailed staff report, my colleague, the much more intelligent and articulate one, and Carrie Watt behind me, will present we'll try to go through the slides a little bit quicker than originally planned due to the hour. But hopefully we'll be with our presentation, we'll be able to help answer any of the final questions or comments that we heard here this evening. And we'll be more than happy here at the end of our presentation to answer any additional comments or questions that remain unanswered from you and the public. And also our design team is on the call or in the meeting here as well via Zoom to answer anything as needed. So with that, I'll hand it over to Carrie.
I'm a little bit shorter. Thank you very much. It is really quite a treat to actually be doing this in person for a change instead of through Zoom calls. It's really nice to see folks in the audience and actually see planning commissioners in person. Very quickly, the Aping Village proposes to demolish the existing abandoned hospital and small medical office building and the parking lot. We've talked about the proposed density of just 20.8 units per acre, which is at the very low end of the density for the specific plan on this parcel. 20% affordable housing, which includes 8 homes reserved for low-income families and 23 homes reserved for moderate-income families. All residences include garages, which, yes, will be EV ready, and most include bicycle parking as well, all on-site guest parking. And I really do want to emphasize that the new development area is very similar to the existing development footprint. The hillsides to the east and the north will be retained as undeveloped open space. The application was submitted March 3rd. We did hold a neighborhood meeting in June of 2021. After that neighborhood meeting, we did meet with several neighbors on Paquito Court several times. We provided them with cross sections, landscape plans, and building plans to demonstrate the location of the new buildings, especially in relation to existing features that we could see, such as the existing retaining walls. And in response to that, we added some landscaping where possible to help screen the buildings and also made specific selections for the types of trees near them to make sure that they didn't get leaf litter in their rear yards. In addition, we addressed the fire department concerns by providing 2 EVAs and the fire hose pole to the north. David covered very well the general plan, specific plan, and the zoning, so I won't go through that again. I do want to mention that the 3/4 specific plan, multifamily residential development is a land use permitted by right. And this is an excerpt from the specific plan itself. On the site plan, again, as I said, the development footprint is nearly identical to the existing footprint of the hospital. The setbacks meet all the setback requirements for the specific plan along Appian Way, Canyon Drive, and setbacks adjacent to residential properties to the east. Our buildings are 32 feet from the property line, and they're only required to be 20 feet from the property line. Access from Appian Way at Man Drive, giving a 4-legged intersection, and one on Canyon Drive. And I do want to mention that this one on Canyon Drive is just a little bit further to the east, downhill from the current drive. You can see the, thank you very much. Back up a little bit. There we go. The current retaining wall will remain in place, and that's the light tan line that you see in the light green area. So that remains in place and will be undisturbed. That eastern hill slope and the northern hill slope also will be undisturbed. Our arborist report indicated that all the trees would be removed. We did that just to be on the safe side, but actually many of the trees along that northern hill slope between us and the reservoir will be able to remain. The new retaining walls will be installed upslope and closer to the developed area. That's the dark brown line. So those will be the new retaining walls that we'll put in to support our development. The stacked flat buildings are in light blue. Those are the buildings that will be facing Canyon Drive and Appian Way. And then the sort of lavender colored buildings and all the other buildings will be the row townhomes. And those row townhomes will be just under 35 feet in height. So those buildings that are adjacent to the Vaquita Court folks, they will be just under 35 feet in height, and that is consistent with the specific plan. As you can see from the landscape plan, we have paseos throughout the entire community. The buildings along the perimeters do face outward. So those buildings that face towards the east along the east and the north, there's a perimeter walkway that goes all along that edge. And the buildings, of course, that face also Canyon Drive and Appian Way, there's sidewalk throughout. All sidewalks are ADA compatible, so they are all accessible. And we do have ADA units that are indicated on the site plan. Care has been taken to make sure that those perimeter areas are improved with the pedestrian walkway, open rail fence along the path retaining wall, with trees along the fronts of the buildings as well in green spaces, so you get a clear view through the building and you don't just get solid building one after another. Staff requested and we included some additional landscaping along that Canyon Drive frontage. If you drive by there now, it's a little bit wild and woolly, as it were. So we were going to go ahead and put in some a little bit more drought tolerant, drought resistant, better looking landscaping along that Canyon Drive frontage to make that frontage look a little bit better. The common open space area does meet the requirements of the specific plan. We can see here that we do have an open turf play area, a child's play area, as well as adult seating areas. This gives you a little bit better of a look along that perimeter walkway of those facing towards the east. So you can see the type of fencing, the type of walkway that we'll be putting in there. On the Appian Way streetscape, buildings are obviously in a contemporary style. Each new home has a front entry, porch, and deck. On Appian Way and Canyon Drive, these front entries relate to the streetscape and really bring some more pedestrian activity to the public sidewalk. The buildings include stucco, hardy type horizontal siding, and elements are differentiated through both color and material. Care has been taken to make sure these buildings are well articulated as well. There was a question about the stacked flat buildings. So these face Appian and Canyon Way. In your packet, it's floor plans 1, 2, and 3 are the stacked flat floor plans. Each home has a ground floor porch and entry facing the street, and the garage is located along the internal street. Some units will have the main living area on the second floor, such as unit 1 in the example above, while others will have the entire living on the third floor. So that's the idea of a stacked flat. Hence the living style is a flat, although it takes stairs to get up to your unit. Each home will have a deck on that second or third level. Dimensions of the private open spaces are in conformance with the specific plan. And as we've mentioned before, each home has a 2-car garage. Unit 1 has a tandem 2-car. Every garage has the ability to contain 2 totes for the garbage and for recycling. And all 2-car garages have space for bicycle parking. This slide shows the typical 3 levels of the stacked flat. Again. And this is a sample of the 8 and 10 unit buildings along Appian Way. So the buildings along Appian Way, these stacked packed buildings will not exceed 38 feet in height, and this is also in conformance with the specific plan. The row townhome buildings make up the majority of the unit types. In your packet, it's floor plans 4, 5, and 6, and these are the row townhomes. Again, each 2-car garage has the ability to contain a bicycle as well as trash totes. We have generous front porches which leads to each front door entry, and front doors for these row towns face either the interior courtyards and paseos or the perimeter paseo. There are 3 sizes of the row townhome buildings, which give you good variety: a 4-unit, a 5-unit, and a 7-unit building. The 7-unit building, which we've shown here, is used only 3 times. And again, all of these buildings are just under 35 feet in height, which meets the specific plan requirements for being adjacent to existing residential. We did do a shade shadow study to ensure that during the winter solstice, when the sun is at its lowest point, when shadows would be most extensive, the windows of the homes to the east would not be shaded longer than 3 consecutive hours. And again, that is consistent. There's some questions about the HOA. Again, these are airspace condos. So all land will be owned by the HOA, those newly created residential lots. All the common area parcels, which are private streets, landscape, common area, and bioretention, all buildings and amenities. And again, these are airspace condos. The HOA will be formed to maintain the following: the exterior of all the buildings, including rooftop equipment, certain interior of buildings, utilities such as fire sprinklers, private interior street sidewalks and streetlights, private interior storm drain systems, and of course, all of the landscaping. So there was a question about some of the maintenance. And again, we provide a homeowners association with a maintenance manual, so they are sure to maintain the buildings and all the amenities according to a particular schedule. That helps with their warranty. In conclusion, for our staff report, the proposed development conforms to and is consistent with the general plan, the 3/4 specific plan, and all city design standards, provides community benefits, and provides 20% affordable housing, and no density bonus or developer incentives are requested. De Novo Homes sincerely appreciates the recommendation of approval, and we concur with all conditions of approval. And we are available to take questions if you like.
Okay, thanks. Did we get all the questions answered that we've kind of aimed towards you, that really answered by them? Did we miss it?
Not used to this thing yet. Yeah, we can ask those questions. So if we can ask them again. I know the first one was I know from Commissioner Martinez was regarding the coloring of the buildings of 4 and 20. If that's something that the applicant would be willing to do.
We would be more than happy to have that be a condition of approval where we would need to work with planning manager and community development director to modify color palettes accordingly. That's no problem. Do you want me just to go through my list here? I tried to take the best notes I could.
Yeah, let's
The questions as it relates to ADU laws and state governing rules and regulations as it pertains to that. I believe your city attorney is correct, where state law does trump anything and everything, but it is our standard policy at De Novo Homes where we outline in our CC&Rs architectural guidelines, because with a homeowners association, there will be an architectural review committee to enforce to the best of our abilities within the parameters set forth by the state that garages are to be to garages and are to be maintained as such, to try to govern it the best way we can within here. But as your city attorney announced before, state laws do officially govern, but we try to set the framework for ourselves at the base level for what we want it to be, which is garages maintaining as garages. The question as it relates to the tandem garages and exhaust issues, in our 30-year history at De Novo Homes, we've never had any issues or complaints as it relates to ingress and egress of functionality with the tandem garages. As it relates to exhaust, as typically once you fire up your vehicle and you have the clear path, you're moving it out and shortly exiting right thereafter. So, and from our experiences, we have not seen those issues. As it relates to the EV charging, rather than just providing a conduit, which is the standard in the building code, we are offering to actually put the wiring and pre-wire for every single garage bay in this community. And then because not everybody at this point in time would have an electric vehicle per se. So they'd have the ability at a later date, if someone were to have a car, electric vehicle, or buy one at a later date, they can upgrade and install their charging station as they best see fit for their needs for their household. As it relates to a jobs housing balance and the conversation about preferred teachers housing, I do concur with the city attorney's comments that we do have to be careful with fair housing laws in the state of California, but would definitely be more than happy to give preference to local employees and existing residents and workforce, and preference to teachers that kind of come on a first come, first served basis in parallel with the city's municipal code and goals and objectives. So happy to work there, but we do have to be careful. There's fair housing laws. I believe it was discussed earlier that the traffic report was in fact completed and submitted to the city for a less than significant impact finding. The lead comparison, I do slightly disagree with Mr. Hanneman a little bit, as though I don't know if there's an exact correlation to Cal Green and Title 24 as it is for a residential with lead on a commercial. I do feel sincerely that we'd be closer to that gold standard through a Cal Green and going above and beyond Title 24 means and methods currently, which would include higher rated windows, the solar panels being standard, the all electric program that we'll be providing, the EV charging, the upgraded and higher efficiency HVAC systems and appliances, et cetera, paired with the water use restrictions and trying to reduce the water consumption here. I do feel we would sincerely fall closer to that lead gold category as a, apples to oranges comparison, if you will, on the objectives of building more green in parallel with Cal Green and Title 24 standards. As it relates to the EV parking for EV charging for potential guest parking spaces, Mr. Hannum was correct that the building code does not require it for guest parking spaces in a residential project. But we would be happy to work with the planning manager and community development director if it would appease the planning commission to provide a handful of EV charging stations intermixed throughout the project for guest parking within a reasonable fashion, 2 or 3 or so. So we'd be happy to work with you all there. Entirely correct earlier about HOA and who's the review body for it. The city does have the first right to review our draft CCNRs that we would prepare in conjunction with a final map. But Mr. Hannum was correct that ultimately it would be this California Department of Real Estate or the DRE or the Bureau of Real Estate. They seem to change their mind on what they want to be called every few years or so. But subject to city staff blessing the CCNRs, we would then need full approval from the DRE, which would approve the CCNRs and the HOA budgets that establish the dues and the operations and the maintenance program for a community to make sure it's self-sufficient in perpetuity. As it relates to the discussion for bike lane striping beyond the project frontage, the discussion that staff had was entirely correct. We are only able to control what we can control on our project frontage within the right of way we have along our project frontage and what we can dedicate with our project. So that is where our proposed plan and benefit would be to do the traffic signal upgrades, the bus stop upgrades, the bicycle lane striping to the best of our control than the project frontage, because we can't control acquiring additional right of way or doing anything else further down the street. But as referenced in the traffic analysis, it was determined to be a less than significant impact based on BMT and level of service analyses for the property, in addition to us paying our traffic impact fees, which we hope would be enough for the city to pool with its already maybe pre-collected traffic impact fees from other projects in town to help fund some of those capital improvements. And then just want to make sure that we're being careful with us submitting under Senate Bill 330 that we're following. We're making sure we're working within the guidelines of objective standards rather than subjective. So I believe those are the best notes I took, but if there's any other questions I didn't answer, we're happy to do so now as well.
Does anyone have any questions for them before we go to the public?
Yeah, getting back to the lead, I'd still would like to understand where you're at point wise, or where you guys projected at point wise. Are you at the lead or lead silver? Or?
So I do apologize for any confusion. We're not proposing to follow lead itself. but we're hoping to have the equivalent, if you will, that we can better control and actually implement with a residential project, because each of these future homes will be HOA owned, operated on the outside and owned on the interior and the airspace by the residences. So we've worked with Mr. Hannum and staff to try to come up with the program where we'll go above and beyond California Title 24's requirements to, provide the extra efficiency ratings, the solar standard, and all the other items discussed previously. So we're not going direct lead. We're trying to come up with a comparable approach that we can actually feasibly control and implement.
Okay, so you're trying to kind of more cherry pick the points that make the most amount of, the strategies that make the most amount of sense based off of constructability or MEP stuff or whatever.
Yes, sir.
To obtain the highest of energy efficiency rating you can, but yet not still actually get an actual lead.
Yes, sir.
Rating.
Correct. Because I believe in the outline, it says goal of lead gold or equivalent is what I believe is outlined.
Or higher. Thanks for the clarification.
You're welcome.
Any other?
Just my question is regarding your plant palette and just looking, I guess my main concern is I think you've done a really good job as far as getting drought tolerant and obviously, drought resistant plants. However, the percentage, especially of trees, of native trees is 12%,
Okay.
12.5%. So just as far as kinds of trees and the numbers of those trees, there are a lot of trees, so obviously that's a good thing, but I would like you to consider more than just the Western redbud as a native plant. Or you're bringing in a couple others, mixing and matching, so we don't have 76, of the laurels and 60 of the.
Certainly. I think is it Mary on the call, our landscape architect? Vander Tool and Associates. If she's on the line, I'd much defer to her and her professional expertise, which is no problem in addressing the goal. I just want to make sure we can feasibly do it.
Hello, this is Alicia Chandler with Vandertool and Associates. Yes, we are more than capable of changing up some of the plant material if that's desired. We would definitely love to do as many natives as possible. So yeah, open to that.
Okay, so what would be the next step in as far as asking for that, asking for a certain percentage or having them get back to?
Well, basically, they're, as one of the conditions they're required is, they're, as part of their plan set and their improvement plans, they're required to submit a final landscaping plan. So when they submit that plan, we can take a look at and make sure that there's a more diverse or native set of trees in those, so that we can do that. And then I'll report out to the commission, like I did similarly with some of the other projects that we've done, that of where they came in and what percentage of that. I mean, the code doesn't really specify what percentage of native trees they have supposed to have, but we'll try to get as many as possible and go from there. So I'll work with the landscape architect when they submit their final landscape plan, and I'll.
That's great. And she sounds amenable to that. So
yeah,
great. All right. That's it. Thanks.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Does anyone else have any questions?
I do. Sorry, I have two more.
Oh, yeah, one more. Okay, go ahead.
Speaking of trees, is the time at construction that you utilize full height mature trees or lower, smaller trees?
There's a range of 15-gallon, 24-inch box, and I think we have a few 36-inch box trees. Alicia would be better able to tell you what the heights would be at time of installation, but it all depends upon the species, about how tall they are, the caliper, et cetera. But we do have a range of sizes that we will be planting throughout.
Okay. And then you guys are actually also acting as the builder also, right? You're the design builder.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we're licensed AB general contractor.
What's the construction plan for construction parking? I mean, you are going to have traffic issues, and now you're going to have another 300 people show up every day to work. Where are they parking?
You bet. So we've worked on a preliminary phasing and staging plan with city staff, whereas with the unique nature of this being a condominium stacked flat townhome project by nature, different from some other podium or high-rise, mid-rise projects that I believe have been recently approved here in town. We have the ability to phase it and build throughout in stages. So we're able to come up with temporary staging areas that would be at the later stages of the project. with designated parking throughout, so that as construction is rolling along throughout the project itself, after site work is completed, of course, all of it will be able to be retained on the project site itself without overflow.
Right, but as soon as the structures are built and you're in the finished trades, there's nowhere else to park. I mean, there's no other, except for streets, there's nowhere else to put people. When the finished-
With the guest parking spaces and everything within through build out, we're very confident we'll be able to keep it all within the project site.
Okay, is there a way to put a condition that if they start parking outside the street, that they develop an alternate strategy, potentially looking at an alternate parking lot and shuttling people in, so it doesn't start spilling over into the street? It's fine if you're on your site, but if it starts spilling out into the streets.
Yeah, we have no issues with that because I believe most of it's red curbed anyways, but we have on similar projects, we have done that with adjacent commercial owners where we have a license agreement with them to temporarily utilize any extra parking they have nearby.
While they get into the neighborhoods, like it's not beyond the red zone.
Oh, yes, no.
Neighborhoods and into Safeway, you know, or wherever.
Yeah, no, and all of our construction managers know it's our best practice and policy to make sure we're doing everything we can to keep it as contained as possible. And we are much, we take as much pride in the enforcement on that as we do code enforcement for the city. So we're happy to make sure that we comply with all that.
There's already a condition that says that they're required to submit that plan prior to the issuance of the permit. So, so we'll get that as part of their plans.
Okay.
And through the chair, we have questions here from the online, I think. Some questions here.
Okay. You want to go?
So I would like to raise two questions here, like comment on questions. Number one is I do not see that you have an exterior lighting plan. And usually that will come with, you know, any kind of a development, especially for multi-unit. Raising that questions is because, not that I like to select light for you, but more like of thinking about those along the side of building 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. They're kind of in the south side of the plan, and because their entrance is actually facing kind of to the edge of the site to the south. And I'm wondering if there's any considerations about lighting, and especially related to security concern. At the same time, if you're putting lighting there, you know, are there going to be any particular impact to the existing neighbor that is down the hill from you? So that's one of the questions that I have. In office, the second question, I think a couple of people already raised that similar questions as a commissioner. I am, multi-family unit and stuff, which is wonderfully done, by the way. Except that I'm not completely thrilled with the color. That is not kind of vibrant enough. You know, Trey, as an architect, you know, I also want to make sure that our buildings here in the city is going to be, you know, lighten up a little bit and more, you know, more exciting to a certain extent. So I'm sure that that can be taken care of, you know, with some kind of a conditions, you know, basically saying that, you know, final colors need to be approved by either the or maybe we form some sort of a ad hoc committee to deal with the color at the end. More important for me at this particular moment. I don't know if.
Yes, sir. No, happy to answer both of those questions, and I'll go backwards with the color to the lighting, if that's okay. Yes, we're totally fine with accepting a condition of approval. That's something along the lines of applicant shall work with city staff to the satisfaction of planning manager and community development director to create a more diverse and vibrant color palette, if you will. And then I know Mr. Hannum's very diligent at working with ad hoc committees, and it could maybe be something where in the background while we're working on construction drawings, can present it to that ad hoc committee to see if it's satisfactory while we go through that process. Because that would be one of the later stages of finalizing a color scheme in parallel with remaining construction drawings. For lighting itself, I do believe that we have a condition of approval that we have to prepare and provide a photometric study with our improvement plans that would come with grading for the wet utilities, grading infrastructure, dry utilities, including street lights within the project and on the buildings. So I believe that is addressed in the conditions that we have to do that photometric study to make sure there isn't any light pollution shedding around excessively. If it's not, we're happy to accept it.
And I think, Frankie, you have questions? Let's see you raise your hand.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Wong. The question I have for you is, can you please, we're working on education process in the community to help folks understand that affordable housing, what folks' preconceptions of crime and violence, there's some big misconceptions going on. And I want to make sure that we educate the community correctly. And can you please have your staff educate us when we talk about low-income housing and 8 units being available for low-income housing? What does that mean to your organization? Does that mean they need to make between, I don't know, 30,000 a year and 70,000 a year? And then for moderate income housing, is that 70,000 to 100,000? What are those income guidelines? Because I don't see affordable housing as being free housing like some folks are maybe thinking this might be. There obviously are going to be income requirements and all these other stipulations. And I need to get my head around that so that we all are correctly educating our community as to what low income and mid income housing means to the community, because these folks are obviously in some type of job that can afford to buy these units. And I want to make sure they understand the value of these new members coming into the community. Can you help me with that?
Yes, sir. Very much so, Commissioner. And that is an excellent question. And I concur with you on all fronts. Just a little bit more about us at DeNova Homes and our owners and founders who, in full transparency, happen to be my parents as well. About 3 years ago, we formed our own public charity that we call Yellow Roof Foundation with the mission and the goal of creating affordable housing for what we consider to be the invisible homeless or the missing middle, which is the working class citizens that work in our schools, our city services and buildings, municipal districts, and other jobs throughout the community that serve our community. But oftentimes they're just struggling to, get ahead and need a little bit of assistance to have a hand up, not a hand out, to get a stable living situation. So I totally concur with you that there is a very poor misconceived notion as it relates to what a lower income qualified rent owner or tenant potentially has, because just because they can't afford it doesn't mean they're not going to be a excellent neighbor and an excellent steward of the community. So I completely agree with you on all those fronts. As it relates to the income levels here for our proposed project, I believe you are correct. I Googled it on my phone while we were going through things earlier. And if it is correct, the current AMI level in Contra Costa County area median income level is just under $104,000. So for a low income qualified unit, that puts us at 80% of area median income, which would mean the maximum eligible income for that household would be $83,000 and change. For a moderate income unit, that is 120% of the area median income, which would be a maximum household income of $124,000. So for these income levels on the ownership side of things, we do find that just in the nature of living in the greater Bay Area and the state of California as a whole, real estate is naturally high. So even though on paper, a household is making 6 figures, a lot of that's going to taxes, to childcare, to education, to just vehicles and living expenses. So it really does make it difficult for obtaining market rate pricing. So what it does is help even the playing field for those deed restricted units that we'd enter into the affordable housing agreement with the city to make sure in perpetuity those are enforced. And if ever traded hands again, the next owner occupant is at that same income level. So it's just managed and overseen for the indefinite future.
Great. Thank you for your thoughtful response. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir. You're welcome.
Anybody else? Go ahead.
Yep, so I've got a few questions. First off, following off of Commissioner Martinez's questions with regards to affordable housing. You mentioned wanting to support working class homeless and affordable housing. And so I'm wondering why you've structured your affordable housing to basically have it be predominantly moderate income, a relatively small chunk of it be low income, and none of it be very low income. Because even very low income by the AMI standards of Contra Costa County, you're still looking at what, 40,000 to 80,000 in that income range. That doesn't seem like poverty level effectively to be, but it seems like the way that you've got this structured, obviously the majority of the developments are going at market rates, so you can afford to do this, but then most of the affordable housing is moderate income, and then 5% of it is low, and then none whatsoever is very low. So I'm curious as to why you structured it, the affordable housing portion in that particular way.
You bet, Matt, go ahead.
Sure.
So the city's municipal code as a baseline on for sale projects requires 15% at the moderate income level. That's the city's code. And I didn't help write the city's code, but I can only assume it's written that way because if you look at the comparable table in the municipal code for rent projects, the income levels are lower at the low and the very low income levels. And the reason for that, and I'm not an economist by any means, but just as someone who does this construction thing for a living, on the ownership side, although the income levels are higher, you still have to be able to have enough money for a down payment to qualify for the mortgage still on your deed restricted income level of a sale opportunity. So from the ownership side of things, we're creating a diversified opportunity where I believe most projects in recent history now and future have been largely apartment rental projects, where you have a lot of those as a housing stock right now, but there's been very little new home for sale housing that has been built. So it's just naturally the ability to be able to qualify for an ownership unit where from our experiences, the very low, extremely low income levels just simply are living paycheck to paycheck barely. So won't be able to get a down payment to buy and own one. So that's kind of the gist of it.
Okay, and then with regards to my next question, this sort of ties back into the earlier question about lighting, and I'm not entirely sure it's a question for you. It might have been a question I should have brought up earlier. But condition of approval number 86, public area lighting on page 28, subsection A talks about exterior doorways, stairwells, et cetera, for commercial and industrial buildings shall be lighted to a minimum of 2-foot candles, minimum maintained. And then section B says parking areas for commercial and industrial buildings shall be lighted to a standard of 2-foot candles, minimum measured at ground level where beams overlapped. I don't know whether that's a glitch in the city's code writing or the way the conditions of approval were put together or whatnot, but is the intent basically to have those conditions apply to the residential development you're doing there, or just to the portions of the development that could be considered as commercial or industrial?
Not to play hot potato, but I believe I need to defer to city staff on that one.
Yes, Commissioner Manis, these were conditions that were recommended from the police department. And so they wanted to add, because of the proximity of the streets and the closeness they wanted some additional lighting within that. So the only thing they had was for commercial and industrial. So as part of their project, they will be required to submit a lighting plan. So we just wanted to make sure that we had at least some standard that we've used in other areas to be able to light up some of those areas in some of the areas of the building. So that's why those standards were put in there. So we'll be working with them on the lighting plan to make sure that it meets the requirement.
Would it be possible for us to change the condition of approval to simply say, for example, parking areas for residential buildings shall be lighted? Because that would seem to make more sense here.
Sure, you can, yeah, definitely. You can modify that condition to say that.
And that's actually a pretty broad.
We're just doing as the condition of approval for this one project though, and that seems like the intent of what we want to do here.
Better to have parameters. All lighting standards always have parameters in terms of levels of light and where they are and how they're shown. You just say lighting, you'll get anything.
Sure, I'm just saying that right now in this particular condition of approval, we're talking about commercial and industrial buildings, and that seems.
What we can do is we can just take out the commercial and industrial buildings and put residential.
Yeah, that's what I'm suggesting. And
we'll work with the applicant on that, because I know some of this, we have to be very careful of the two things. One, the lighting going towards the school, and B, the lighting towards Paquito Court. So we have to make very sure that we're not overlighting the situation. So as part of their lighting plan, we'll take a look at that.
Sure. I mean, I assume that's the intent of why the language is in there. I just want to make sure that there isn't,
Perfect.
An issue with it. And I think that's all my questions for the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
This time, we want to hear from the public. Before I get into that, is there anyone online that wants to speak?
Yes, we do have a few people online.
Okay. Now, according to what this says, I'm supposed to do first to people that are for the project and then people that are against the project so that the applicant can respond to both. All my cards here look like everyone is against. So is there anyone here online that's for it or?
I can't tell. I could just tell people's raised hands wishing to speak.
And then there are a couple here that didn't say. Pete, where are you, Pete? Are you there? Are you for or against? Okay. Okay, so short of anyone for, I think I'm gonna have you two speak first. What was your name, ma'am? Oh, I didn't even see you back there, Debbie. I can't see. Okay. Did anyone identify as for or against online?
I can't tell if
You
it's
can't
for or
tell?
against.
Okay, we're just gonna have to wing it then. Okay, Pete. Up first. Bob, you're in the same boat, right? Okay. Warren Clayton, are you kind of in between also? Go ahead.
Okay. Chair and members of the commission, again, thank you for letting me speak tonight. I've got more questions now than I walked in the door with, so it's kind of like, bear with me a little bit. First,
remember you got 3 minutes.
yeah, start over, will you please? I heard somebody asking for 5 minutes earlier, so somebody that's spoken many times. Talking about the traffic patterns here, and I find it kind of difficult to understand that any kind of traffic study was done at this point in time, just based on where we stand today with COVID affecting people in their employment, children going to school. And it seems to me that any kind of study that might have been done in preparation for this has to be somewhat lacking. There's going to be significant changes, when this development goes in, and if a development goes in on the other side of the highway, that will affect this as well. And so, at this point, if this study was done in 2019 or whatever, I heard 30 years or something earlier during this meeting, but we don't have any realistic data for any kind of traffic patterns that might exist, and in particular from the junior high school. And anybody that's had a child go to the junior high school understands that that is a nightmare. It's a flat nightmare on Man Drive, and I think some of the people that are maybe here today will talk about that as well. And putting any more traffic in that area there is just asking for trouble during drop off and pickup. That I also wanted to try to comprehend was Canyon Drive. You've got an entrance onto Canyon Drive, and hopefully, because it's such a steep uphill right there at that particular point, that anybody coming out of that site will have a clear vision of people driving up Canyon Drive from the neighborhoods down below, and they come up there pretty fast. You can talk to, we've had people talking in the council meetings about, people, drag racing through there. And that's not something that's, that I'm bringing up as just an alternative. It actually does exist. But is that driveway, in the most appropriate place for people leaving that project and having a sight line of those people flying up Canyon? And then did the study include Canyon over to Henry and Henry down to Pinole Valley Road? Because obviously that's going to be a path of travel for a lot of the people coming out of this just shortcut, getting to Sprouts and Kaiser and the school on Henry there as well. And I don't know that it did, but another thing that kind of caught me was where it talked about the study being done after approval. Now, is that your approval? And then being ratified by the Public Works Department. I think that's a poor process. That you're looking for trouble in regards to that. And that can be arbitrary. Well, I didn't get through it, but I just want to say that
You could have
there's
another minute. Since we took away from your time a little bit.
okay. Another issue is drainage. And I think this is highly important, because it's a downslope and it's a basin down below it. I know that there was issues before in that area. So I think that Pinole needs to provide a separate bond for a period of at least 5 years to cover any kind of water or earth moving issues that may affect the homes below this project. And then the last thing I'll say is that construction on Saturdays, you did a good job of protecting the homes and the schools during the regular hours of the public somehow potentially being affected by deliveries and the workers. But Saturdays, that's always been kind of a no-no in this city. These people that live close to this project, they'll have for 3 years, so this is a 3-year project, they will never have a Saturday free from relentless noise that affects their lives. They come home from work to rest. They don't come home to be driven out of their homes. So that's something that you'll have to talk about. When we built Fitzgerald Drive Shopping Center there, we curtailed the Saturday work there. It could only happen when there was extenuating circumstances. So I think that that's something you really need to take in consideration, give the neighbors a break in regards to that. And then the last thing I'll say is, if somebody said 16 years was vacant, it wasn't vacant by choice. It was vacant because the owners of that project site, they were getting paid significantly by a tenant hospital to prevent another hospital from going into there on that site. So we were getting the shaft, so to speak, as a community that entire period of time. And as far as affordable goes, this isn't curing any affordable housing in the city. And I understand the numbers regarding affordable housing. If you want to look at good affordable housing, go over to Buena Vista and see what the city did there with the 3 houses going up Buena Vista right there. Nice project. I didn't hear anybody asking about the quality of those affordable units that are coming in. We didn't allow cheap housing to be built when we did the affordable housing on Buena Vista. I would hope that you're not going to.
Okay, wrap it up, Pete.
Okay, you're not going to allow it here. Thank you very much.
Debbie?
Good evening again, and I want to reiterate what Pete had just said about the ingress and the egress along Canyon, particularly when you have CVS ingress, egress right almost across the street from it. But if any of you have taken a ride on Canyon and up a semi-blind hill and curve, the way it's located right now, you're only going to compound a bad situation. The driveway should really be moved closer towards Appian, so you have some type of sight line that you can depend upon when you're pulling out there. I just have, I probably have a few things. One is any money from the city's housing being used for any of the affordable units? And when we say affordable, I want to restate and probably what some of the commissioners had said, these truly aren't necessarily affordable as we probably like to think what affordable is. We talked about the handicap accessibility, but we didn't talk about handicap units. Are any of the units going to be for handicap individuals? That would even be a bedroom and a bathroom downstairs as opposed to having to walk up the stairs. Hallways that would be accessible for wheelchairs or walkers. And I don't know if it's gone into that degree, but I think perhaps there should be some units set aside that they can actually say these, are for handicapped individuals, those with special needs. There's a lot of families that meet that criteria. I want to ask a little bit about the HOA and what the monthly fees that they anticipate they might be, and how much will DeNova be seeding the HOA. It's also my understanding that on many of their projects, they have several of their own employees sitting on the board. I think that you could almost get into some kind of conflict with that. So we need to be careful about how that goes about. Westcat should not be responsible for any upgrades to their places. It should be all on DeNova since they're getting the benefit of the transportation. And lastly, I just want to reiterate that we are not against affordable housing. We just want good development, and that's what we're all here about tonight. We want the community to be happy. I know DeNova wants to be happy, but your first responsibility is to the community. Thank you.
Bob Kopp.
Is it working?
There you go.
First thing I want to mention, I'm not against affordable housing. I'm against the one over at the old store. It is not in the right place for affordable housing. That's a commercial piece of property and it should remain that way. This piece of property that they're using now, I agree. I think from what I've seen so far, I think it's gonna be a nice project. They have a few things that they need to check on and correct. One of the things that'll help them if they will work with the traffic engineer is make a double left turn coming off of Canyon, going toward the freeway. That would make it a lot faster to get around the corner and have a through lane and a right turn lane there. That would take care of some of your traffic problems. I've been installing traffic signals for 44 years, and I've seen this come up before. And I would like to see you guys come up with this project, have it come out successful, and make it be a beautiful project. And like Debbie said, I don't know how you would have a 3-story building that would be handicap accessible. The only way you would do that would be by putting in an elevator. And I know that's not in the plans, but so far what I've seen, the plan looks good and it's in the right place. It's not in the middle of a commercial area. And I hope if you build it, it comes out looking as nice as you planned and makes our city look great and put some of the people in homes that can afford it. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to the people online.
The first person online is Carla Harlow. And for anyone online, if you would like to have a video option, we could make that available for you as well. But if not, please feel free to speak when you come up. Carla Harlow is the first speaker.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, thank you. This is Charlotte Harlow. I'm a resident of Pinole Court, and I met with members from DeNova back in, I think, June. I think we were the family that had the multiple meetings to discuss the privacy concerns that we have, and just wanted to see if we can get more confirmation on what the plans are for the plants, making sure that the tenants are not looking into our backyard and anything that can be planted to kind of help block, provide some privacy and some, I guess, some screening for sounds. I think we mentioned before, maybe bamboo or something that's fast growing, or cypress trees that could be installed on those. I think it's built in 20 and 21 that are both directly over our backyard, where right now residents would be able to see directly into our backyard, which is a big concern for us. Also wanted to get confirmation on the phases of the construction, the timelines, and the days of the week and times of the day that the construction will be happening. As I think a gentleman mentioned earlier, it was mentioned in the past that there would be construction on Saturdays, and I believe construction could happen from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. So that is something that we'd like to push back on. We would like to not have any construction on Saturdays, especially with everyone working from home. We do work from home. We have a 3-year-old child. We use our backyard and we want to keep being able to use that. So yeah, just want to know what the phases are for the construction, the timelines, any limitations we can have on weekends, and if construction can happen at more reasonable hours, not starting at 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And what the plan is to make sure that we have the privacy in our backyard. Yeah, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next online speaker.
Next speaker is Summer Davis. Summer, you can talk right now. Please unmute. Summer, you're still muted. Okay, we could try to go back to Summer later. We have 2 other people online. Okay, next speaker is Dr. Carrie Haskins-Ash.
I'm Dr. Carrie Hawkins-Ash, and I'm the Vice President for Community Development and Social Impact at Making Waves Foundation. Making Waves Foundation supports this project. We have proven our commitment to the success of students, achieving to and through college success. The Foundation's college and alumni program in particular, scholarships and mentoring for students, and have produced a host of numerous generations of making their success in our communities. Our college is affectionately known as CAP. It is a college success program that gives need-based scholarships funding and one-on-one coaching, plus financial literacy training for first generation and underserved students in the Bay Area, focusing particularly college completion is a game changer for students and their families, and our coaches can help them do so. We are very much so proud to help them refine their life dreams and achieve them.
Excuse me, Doctor.
Yes.
Do you have anything specific to talk about relative to this project rather than a commercial for your school?
Indeed, this is the closing line. Approving this project and empowering those students, given the proceeds of the property. And so we will support them in achieving their systemic barriers with this Planning Commission's approval of the project for de novo on their behalf. So we are here supporting the applicant and their approval for this students as a community as well. So that's the connection there, and so glad to recommend the project to the, thank you.
Okay. Next online speaker?
Yeah, next online speaker is Karen J. Denton. You can speak now.
I live on Marlesta, and a problem that we've lived here for 45 years, and a problem that we've always had is trying to get from Marlesta onto Appian Way. And in the last since the kids have gone back to school, it's very difficult if you're leaving your house at 8 o'clock in the morning. My one worry is this 4-way stoplight and how it's going to back up traffic down to my street. Now, will the light be on automatic where it isn't going to the opposite sides if there's no cars there? That's part of it. I am for this project. I think it's great, but I do worry about not being able to get out of my street, because my alternative is going all the way around the canyon. I've sat at my corner for 15 minutes in the morning trying to get out. We can't have stop signs. We tried for years when we first moved here. I just know that it's going to pose more traffic.
I guess she's done.
So we'll try Summer Davis again and see if Summer, you're available. To speak.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, hi. Yeah, I just had a question. Sorry, I've been trying to tune in, but there's been a lot, so it's kind of hard to keep up. So I'm trying not to repeat too many questions. I just was curious. So I know that like a while ago that there was like, and I don't know if it's the correct term, but there's like a sinkhole sort of over in that area that was covered. Like, I don't know if it was fixed and they put something over, but it kind of has prolapsed again. I don't know. Over on the Appian Way, sort of by the MRI building on the side. I don't know if that's been talked about at all.
No, I don't have anything on the sinkhole. I didn't see anything in the geology report, the geotechnical, but that's something we can take a look at.
Okay, yeah, I just wasn't sure because I know that before a while back it was covered and then it's actually like progressed decently in the past 2 years because I kind of walk by there all the time. But I don't know how far it goes, but it's pretty wide. It's probably about the size of, what would you say, our car? not 10, okay, 6 feet long, maybe 4 feet wide. No. Is that too much? More than that? Okay. Yeah, but it might be something to check out.
Is that over by the imaging center? Okay, so yeah, we'll take a look at that.
Yeah, so it's technically in the hospital within like the chain link fence, but it's on the Appian side, closer towards the MRI. So it's near some water pipes, I believe, or there's like 2 pipes that stick up, like a red one and then a smaller one.
Addressed in their grading plan and their utility plan as well. So we'll take a look at that as part of the geotech study.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Only other concern of ours was just traffic because like we live on Man Drive and with the school currently during get out times, like we kind of had to plan like our day around like when school lets in and when school lets out, and off of Man Drive onto Appian, when people turn right, like it backs up the whole entire street and makes it almost like a 4-way lane. And I know in the past, like there's been a lot of like previous issues with just traffic on our street alone. I know even like on people behaving badly, which is like a news segment, they actually went across the street and like filmed the parents because they get kind of aggressive sometimes. But it's just a lot of impact, I think, for like our street is so tiny, you know, because people use it to line up and also kind of as a throwaway sometimes to get down. But that was like most of our concerns there.
You only have like just about out of time. Yeah, you are out of time. Do you have anything else?
I would say it.
Okay.
Let's see. There aren't any other people online with hands raised that haven't already spoken.
Okay, let me go back to the cards then. Laura Baker.
There you go. Perfect.
I'm Laura Baker and I live on Paquito Court with my sister. Not really against it, but we have serious safety concerns with the development project. The prior owners have never maintained the drainage on the hill. And as a result, there was a flood that been prevented. It caused significant damage to our property. We're still putting it back together. We're afraid it could happen again, even worse. Sent Mr. Hannum an email with some photographs and a letter from our lawyer to the current owners making waves and trying to work it out. We also have some concerns about the stability of the hillside once the property is developed and future water runoff. And the city needs to address these issues for us and all the owners in the court.
Next speaker is Jason Bonwall. Did I do that right? Okay.
Is there a button to push? If you push the button. Okay, you got them.
Good. Good evening, everyone. Jason Baumwell, fairly recent homeowner off of McDonald and man, just had a few concerns. I mean, not totally opposed, just really concerned about a couple issues. Safety, I know it had been brought up by several about the kids. You know, they're always kicking soccer balls over the fence to APN, so it would be nice to have some additional sidewalks or the bike lane that was proposed in that area. Also with the additional traffic, that would be a huge concern right there. I mean, it already takes, some others have already mentioned it, 10, 15 minutes just to get out. I can't see how adding that many units would not affect it. So I'm a little surprised by the study that was mentioned or when it took place. The other thing would be the accessible units. Also parking inside of the complex, 40 something parking spots isn't a lot, and there's nowhere else to park in that whole area. So a little concerned about that, as well as just having 2 entrances and exits in the complex. But really the traffic is already bad, so hopefully there's some mitigation procedures. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And this is our last speaker is Warren Clayton.
Push the button, right? Correct? Wonderful. My name is Warren Clayton. I've lived in Pinole for the last 29 years. And I do have some concerns about the project. I'm not going to belabor the point of traffic. I think that's been talked to death, but it's a real situation. And I think it would be prudent if members of the commission would take the time to drive on Man Drive 8 o'clock in the morning and see what it's like. And then try to picture 50 additional cars or thereabouts leaving the proposed project at Man Drive, and then perhaps another 50 cars down at Canyon and Appian. I just think there's more of a problem than people wish to admit. To my real concern is the bioretention areas. What is going to be done regarding the mitigation of mosquitoes? The reason I ask that is that I happen to be the city's member of the Board of Trustees of the Contra Costa Mosquito and Vector Control District. And it's a concern of theirs and obviously of myself and neighbors and the residences of the city of Pinole. So that is kind of a question. And does anybody have a response?
We'll let the applicant answer that question. You want to go ahead and go ahead and Are there any more public?
Oh, that's the last one I have, unless there's anyone else.
There are people online.
We will answer that. We will answer that question.
Fine.
Well, do we have still have other people waiting to talk? We do, right? Okay, let them talk, and you have your notes. So okay, let's keep going to the next speaker.
The next speaker is Melissa online.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, hi. So my name is Melissa Macmillan. I live on Amen Street, which is about a block and a half from where this development would be. And I have two concerns. One is just that I think this is way, way, way too big of a development for this area. This is a residential area. It's already pretty crowded, especially on school mornings and on any mornings when people are trying to get on the freeway. I think that's too many houses. And I welcome the idea of using that area for housing. I think that's actually a good plan because that's really what we need. And I welcome the idea of affordable housing. I'm really okay with that. But 154 new families in such a small little area, I just think that's too many. And my other concern, and I think the last two speakers mentioned this, I really hope that the Planning Commission and the City Council will actually just go out there in the morning at about 8 o'clock and then go again at about 5 p.m. and really look at what those traffic lanes are like. Coming up Canyon Drive and getting to Appian Way in the afternoon, it's not just a blind hill because it's a steep hill. It's also a blind spot because you're looking directly into the setting sun. It's really hard to see, and it's a really dangerous corner already. I was surprised that CVS was able to put a building there, and they seem to have managed to get their driveway to work so that it's not too dangerous. But if people were turning into a housing unit across Canyon Drive from CVS, where it is now, it's just an incredibly dangerous corner. You can't see well. And I think the chances of having a bad accident, possibly an accident involving school kids, is really great. So I have some reservations about this whole complex that's being planned. And that's it.
Any more speakers?
That's it for now.
If that's the end of the speakers, let's see, do I close? Was there one more? Yeah, just come up to the thing and then identify yourself and then make sure you give me one of these cards when you're done.
My name is Rebecca Pisano. I live on the top of McDonald's. I have one specific question that I would like to be addressed. If a family of 4 lives in one of the units and are all over the age of 16, each one of them having a vehicle, if they can't park in the visitor parking and they only have 2 spots in their garage, where else can they park? Are they going to take the CVS parking? Are they going to park in the neighborhoods down below Canyon Drive or on Man Drive, the school there for pickup, the parking spots get taken. Are they going to overflow into our neighborhoods and take up parking there and block the streets for pickup, for just general traffic? Thank you.
Okay, is that, do we have anybody else?
No, there's no one else online that hasn't spoken.
Okay. Okay, so the next thing will just be responses from the applicant.
Now, there we
There
go.
you go.
All right, well, thank you all so very much. Due to the hour, I do believe many of these questions that were addressed in the staff report and previous presentations and other applicant materials. I believe two of the items that weren't thoroughly addressed in our presentation, at least, were related to drainage and the vector control item. With our future development, as Mr. Hannum outlined, with our future grading and improvement plans being implemented on site, all future improvements will be done with very detailed care to make sure that all drainage stays within the project site and does not go elsewhere where we are having earthwork and earth moving disturbing activities. And will all be retained on site in C3 bioretention basins that will then be filtered and treated and then discharged into the city storm drain systems to prevent overflow from any other neighborhoods. And as it relates to vector control, C3 basins are not intended to hold any standing water. The only time that you would see any type of water being retained back in those basins would be in a major rain event, where it's just needing a little bit of time to percolate and filter through the treated soils and the vegetation within there to then be treated before it's discharged into the drainage pipes. So with that being a standard requirement on all subdivisions in the greater Bay Area for providing those retention basins, I promise everybody there will be no vector control issues, because the rest of the year when it's dry and sunny, will just be a landscaped planting area itself. So with that, happy to answer any other questions that the Planning Commission thinks need to be further addressed. And just want to again thank everybody here for their time this evening here late in the hour. We concur with staff's recommendations for approval and the other previously discussed modifications to the conditions in parallel with how we've determined or that we've demonstrated how we meet all objective design standards consistent with Senate Bill 330. So thank you all very much again.
Okay, thank you. Okay, with that, I'm going to close the public hearing. Bring it back to the commission. And I'd like to start with Van. Do you have any more comments or generate more questions for you?
No, only that I'm looking at the traffic impact report. And it says that it was collected on July 8th, 2021. But because the collected counts are unreliable due to the ongoing effects of COVID, the traffic, as well as the lack of school volumes, the traffic volume data was adjusted to reflect non-pandemic existing conditions. How did they know how to do that?
Refer to your traffic engineer. Hopefully he's still on the line. Because basically what they do is there are traffic counts that are taken throughout from a lot of different agencies. And so what they might have done is gone through those different agencies to find out what traffic counts were pre-pandemic. But hopefully they're still on the line to be able to answer about where they got that information.
Okay, I see they growth factors of 36 and 25% were applied to the morning and evening peaks respectively. So I guess it's just based on historical data from September 2016.
Yeah, if you could, Trent, thanks.
I do apologize. Our traffic engineer is not on the line, but to expand upon what was just discussed here, I do concur with Mr. Hannum's statement. The only thing I wanted to add upon is those level of service and trip generation items are more pure informational based. Whereas in the past year or two, the state of California switched from level of service to VMT, vehicle miles traveled, as the required analysis. So just as a point of reference and a courtesy, we've made it a practice to provide information on level of service, just since that's what we've all been used to the past 10 plus years. But the analysis from the evaluation of the project is based on VMT, which I do not think is attributed to pandemic or non-pandemic times. It just has to do with the predetermined commute trips based on that, which our project is demonstrated is below the significant threshold there.
I guess I'm just not sure what to do about the traffic issue. It's, you know, it's one of those, how much is anecdotal, how much is actually data driven? And so having to go by what the data is, vehicle miles traveled, it's hard to, there are wait times also listed in here.
Yeah, and what that is that there was a big switch probably about in the law, probably roughly about it's longer than that now. It's been about 7 to 8 years ago. And basically what they did, what CEQA did as part of the review is they took away what happens at the intersections in terms of environmental review and concentrated on the road segments themselves. So not looking at the intersections, they're looking at reducing the whole vehicle mile travels on those segment of roads. So in this, however, there has been in general plans, they can use quote level of service. Level of service was all based off of level at the intersections, based on time, based on loading and get the right term for it. It was just it was based off of the in terms of level of service, and they define that by seconds that you waited at that particular intersection. Well, with vehicle miles traveled, you don't have that. That's kind of taken away, and it's just how many vehicles can you put on the road within those lanes, within the hours, and that's the new standard. So when you look at the level of service, we still include those in traffic studies just so that people can, because that's what they understand is level of service. However, in terms of actually reviewing the project, it's all based on vehicle miles traveled. That's what when we talk about mitigation and when we talk about, and Olivia, I see that you're on, you might, I mean, if you can answer this as well. If I'm flowing it, just say, hey, shut up and let me explain it. But basically it's based on the lanes and not necessarily the intersection, but we always include some type of reference to what it does to the intersections. But in terms of environmental impact, it doesn't, it's all based off the vehicle miles traveled, not the intersection improvements anymore.
Does that also, when you do vehicle miles traveled, are you taking the area that you're traveling through as a generic, or is this something where they would allow for the school being there? Because it seems, I mean, off the top of my head, it seems like I'm unclear whether they put in the impact of the school as part of that.
Well, I think and the impact of the school is they considered man drive a 2-lane road. So whatever the vehicle miles traveled on those roads based on the trip distribution of the project would then dictate that whether that project is significant or not. Is there going to be an increase in traffic? Yeah, there probably will be an increase in traffic in that area based on the peak times. They're peak times, but they're all at level of services that are consistent with what we have in our general plan and with our general plan EIR and the vehicle miles traveled thresholds that were established by OPR in the state. So that's what we're kind of going off of. And that's so traffic has kind of gotten a lot more nebulous in terms of how you mitigate it and how you go about it. But Olivia, if you could maybe chime in if I'm going too far.
Sure, I'm happy to jump in. Again, Olivia Urban, environmental plan for the city of Pinole. So what Dave was describing in terms of the shift that has happened in CEQA from the historical way of looking at things from a level of service perspective to VMT is that change from thinking and looking at analyzing traffic based on what the driver is experiencing in the vehicle from a delay and how long it takes to get to point A to B to the VMT metric, which is well supported by evidence to show that when we start to regulate and change policies that look at BMT instead, that we get reduced trips. I'm sorry, there's some activity in my house with them. There is no longer a requirement under CEQA to talk about level of service. In fact, the state has come down and said you may no longer look at environmental impacts from the lens of level of service, and you must now look at it from the BMT. So that's what I was talking about before, where we look at the TAZ, the travel zone, to find the indicator of what that average BMT for that area in the model is. And that's what the threshold is based on, is 15% below that area's per capita. So when you have a project like this that is increasing the per capita, you are by default decreasing the per capita BMT, because you're getting people closer to where they live and work, and so you have reduced commute time. So we think about, from a operations standpoint, we think about level of service from a consistency with the general plan, but is no longer an environmental effect. So I do just want to also add, for the commission and the public's benefit, that the chapter 4.17 of the environmental analysis included in tonight's packet does talk about the historical context of level of service and how it's applied, and the BMT findings as need to clarify as needed there.
Chair, if I can make a comment about the traffic also, because I think that's actually a key subject that we're talking about tonight.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, I mean, this is what I'm going to look at it from my point of view, as a commissioner, as a user, also as also a parents to kids going to school. It's data. Historical data is historical data. Whatever study is whatever study. The real factor here is whatever development that we are going to do here in Pinole for this particular site will increase some sort of traffic. Okay. But in a way, if we are being asked or being told to just try to figure out, let's just go out there at 8 a.m. or at 5 p.m. I would also recommend, general public, including ourselves as a commissioner, to even go out to Trader Joe's and the area at 3 p.m. and 5 p.m. and also noon time, and you will see for the fact that this particular locations, mixed use, can be commercial, okay, can be residential. Commercial actually is even worse, because now you're opening up the entire site for people to actually shop around. You're inviting other people to join. That is no longer knowing the locations quite well, because this is not their home. And at the school and any other event, people is going to populate and park all around the public area, all the business area, in order to pick up their kids or going to the event. It will increase way more traffic than if we are actually doing a residential development. Now, the only way, logically speaking, that we can reduce the problem or mitigate the problem is either we do nothing. Okay, we don't approve anything from this site at all. There would no increase of any individuals or any vehicles. You can build a park there. Well, I mean, let's just figure out a way can buy that land, right? Not possible. Or second, we're thinking about like maybe having a developer to do some single house unit, for example. Okay, now that you might be able to load down the number of the actual occupant within that 7.7 acre site. Okay. Now, I just want to point that out is, we're going through the numbers, we're trying to nail down the details, or doing study here and there. Those are only going to, give you the idea of how many, literally, perhaps, and maybe a set numbers of how many cars, per hours is going to be, happening or impacting us. I mean, I want to point out the reality is, from my point of view, even personal or from the commissioner point of view, that Actually, this, potential development, it's better than empty land, the rotted area with tons of potholes that nobody's going to take care of, a drainage problem. And we are going to mitigate it. We are going to be able to control it based on the development here that we are putting in front of us. And, also thinking about like the chaos that somehow, somewhat previously created, like similar to Trader Joe's situations, if we don't want residential and want commercial to be here.
Yeah, I have a few comments here. First, I'd like to, I'm not sure if we've gone over this already, but in case we haven't, and it doesn't sound like we have. I believe it's towards the end, right before Appendix C.
Can I interrupt a second? Have we closed the public hearing?
Yeah, we did already.
Have we?
Yeah, I get it.
Okay.
Little gavel.
Right.
Yeah, I wouldn't be commenting if we were still in public hearing. So anyhow, going back to right before Appendix C, so looking at the detailed results they did for their study, because they broke it down not just by intersection and existing conditions, but they did it by turn lane. And even though we're not allowed to consider level of service as an environmental impact, I think it's worth noting that the Appian Way and Man Drive intersection at the current levels, peak, PM, is listed as level D for eastbound lane and eastbound left and northbound left. And then if you look a few pages later at existing plus project conditions PM, you see a few more items on there, but you have eastbound left turning to level E with a delay of about 60 seconds per vehicle, and southbound left being level E with a delay of 61.5 seconds per vehicle. Northbound left is still level D. Likewise, for the AM conditions for Appian Way and Man Drive, you have level C for eastbound left and northbound left, 27.2, 24.3. And then for the conditions with updated, including the project conditions, you have 70.1 seconds level E for southbound left, and for northbound left, you still got level C. So I think it's important to note, even if we can't consider it as a CEQA impact, that the traffic study does project significant traffic impacts on Man Drive in particular. We're not able legally, because the state says we can't, to consider that as an environmental impact. But I think that in terms of the lived experience of people on Man Drive, we should at least recognize that, yes, their lives are in fact going to get worse based on what the traffic study predicts. And it seems like a reasonable assumption to make. And the problem with just doing nothing or doing lower density, as some of the commenters called for, is that the city is required through the regional housing allocation to zone a certain amount of areas for higher density housing. As has been noted, this project is already just about at the very minimum of what this area can be zoned for. It's like at 20.8 and the minimum is 20.1. You can't really go lower and not just change the zoning entirely. And if we change the zoning for this area, the city would need to upzone somewhere else that hasn't been upzoned already. Okay, so then who wants to get upzoned? Who's going to take that hit? So I'd note that there are potential consequences to certain courses of action that we need to consider, as I've said before, and will undoubtedly say again, before we just say we should do nothing or we should go for lower density. But at the same time, we should also recognize the consequences that our intended course of action will cause. Even if we're not able to mitigate them, we should note that, they're going to happen and they are going to, in fact, be a negative impact.
Frankie, did you have anything you wanted to add? Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I guess what I'd like to propose is maybe something that's in our control, if it's at all possible. When we look at Canyon Drive, and I shop at that CVS, just like most of us in Pinole, and that is a very dangerous intersection. I guess one thought would be where the is going to be for this this project. I believe it's on C Street. Would there be any way possible, Dave Hanham, to put a stop sign as you're coming up Canyon Drive, right about C Street? So we'd have a stop sign to stop those cars flying up that blind curve. And then on C Street, the cars coming out of it, put another stop sign for them so that they actually are required to do a full stop. And then maybe even at the CVS. So therefore addressing the concerns regarding the dangerous nature of Canyon Drive. Is that something that we could put some requirements in there, Dave?
It's, and I'll probably switch it over to Alex real quick, but it's my,
Yeah, the
let Alex go.
traffic stop signs are not private improvements. That's something that the city's traffic engineer would have the ability to decide is necessary or not. I'm not a traffic engineer, so I don't know, what would be considered, but I imagine they would have concerns that if you have a traffic, that there could be problems if having a stop sign that close to another intersection. But that might back up onto Appian if you have a stop sign not that far down. But I guess regardless, a stop sign, the city could decide whether or not to put in a stop sign on the city street, at any time, regardless of.
I may, I think there's a stop sign already from the CVS getting out, to Cannon at this moment. I'm just looking at the Google Earth, on another screen at home here. And I think, I like the idea from Frankie. I think it's overall to address the issues, not only the Cannon, but the speeding of the Appian Way to Man, Drive, to Melissa. I think what we should do as a planning commission is to recommend the city or the city traffic engineer to really study about how we can actually modify, those roads and stop signs or maybe even traffic lights in order to streamline the process of, and traffic safety. Or perhaps I know that it's going to be difficult, but think about perhaps, some sort of imposed speed limit to Appian Way also going downhill. No matter what you're doing on this particular space, you are going to increase some sort of traffic here. So that will basically be as a holistic approach to take care of, or at least try to take care of the situation.
Thank you, Tim. That was all. Yeah, that's all I had, is just if there was any way we could consider that. So I'll leave that to Dave and the traffic engineer to see if that is an option for us, at least on Canyon Drive to help. That's the only thing I can think of.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I can do that.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I just wanted to add upon that we're totally fine to work with city staff and subject to the city's traffic engineer reviewing and approving going on the uphill side of Canyon. We're more than happy to collaborate with city staff on implementing a stop sign there after review with city staff in more details. So I wanted to let you know we're completely fine with that.
Thank you kindly.
Has David, has the city engineer, the traffic engineer weighed in on this?
I mean, he's looked at it, but we really got no comments from them regarding the actual engineering of the intersections, because and I think because both the project and CVS do have stop signs before they enter the intersection. So, but there hasn't been any talk about doing a four-way stop at that intersection. I know there probably will be some issues contained with, but the traffic engineer will determine. There could be some issues because it's only about 300 feet before we get to Appian Canyon. Yeah.
And even, there was talk about moving it closer. It would even be.
Yes, I mean, but we could talk to the traffic engineer and check that out.
Chair, can I just clarify something for you, Dave? I would be interested in the stop sign just being on the Canyon Drive coming up, not making it a full four-way, but just to stop those cars flying up Canyon Drive. I think we could solve it with just that one main stop sign.
Okay, I'll talk to the city engineer. I'll talk to our traffic engineer and city engineer to see what would need to do to happen and if that's irrelevant, if that's something that we would do.
Okay, appreciate it. So any cars coming from APM, we don't need to stop those because like everybody's saying, it's only 300, 400 feet, whatever it is, right? It's a very short distance, but it's mainly that blind curve coming up Canyon that it might be a good idea for us to find a solution for the neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
One minor concern I have with having a stop sign on Canyon sort of blocking traffic going uphill is the whole blinding effect of the sun shining directly at people's eyes going up there. If they're stopped, they might not, depending on how exactly the sun shines at the stop sign intersection, be able to see the cars depending on. I think that's something the city should look at when they're looking at this.
Yeah, our traffic engineer will take a look at that. So I'll mention it to him tomorrow and then we'll see where we go with that.
Yeah, you can see actually in the traffic impact report, there is on page 18, they do address it. So the very last paragraph. So
they talk about the sight distance on Canyon.
right. So this just begs the bigger question, which is something that we've been bringing up every single time, that we're doing development, but we're not dealing with infrastructure. We're not dealing with our traffic problems. And that's, you know, when we talk to city council, it's going to be about the housing element. It's not going to be about, you know, some of these issues. Simon's idea of, yeah, we've got to make a recommendation to the city that these things need to be dealt with. You know, we've got this problem here, the whole man drive, I mean, gosh, wouldn't it be great if we didn't have all these cars, right? We wouldn't have the traffic problem. Get a bike lane, right? So, you know, those kinds of things, it's a bigger problem that Pinole has to deal with.
Well, I think, and I mean, we're just kind of, I mean, anytime you deal with development as you get bigger, whether it's internally, whether it's, you know, through subdivisions and like, you know, traffic does become an issue. And, you know, there's only so much room you can do. I mean, I mean, without, you know, blowing things out to 4 lanes everywhere, stoplights and traffic signals everywhere. We're stopping traffic, you know, every 10 feet or every 150 to 200 feet within intersections. So, I mean, it really takes a traffic engineer to really figure these things out. And there is some risk. I mean, even in the best case scenario, there's risk. And I think that, and I know that it doesn't, you know, but I think just when you increase the number of people, when you increase the number of traffic, whether it's in this site or any other site within the community, we're going to have other projects in different areas of the community. And I'm sure that traffic will be one of those issues that keeps coming up. And there are ways of doing that. And the general plan calls for that out in terms of collector streets and what, you know, it's all classification of streets and what right of ways and those types of things that have to be all inclusive. And then rather than just you know, stop sign here or there. For example, APN Way is a major collector in Pinole, right? Canyon is a collector street within. So their classifications are to collect traffic on those roads to get to the higher level road, i.e. the collectors to the arterials to the expressways to the freeways. So it's just now getting to a point where are we getting to a point where all of those are breaking down and they don't work, or do they only not work for 2 hours or 3 hours out of the day? Because I mean, I've driven after meetings, I can go at 10 o'clock and there's nobody on APN Way. There's nobody on Man Drive. There's nobody on there. I've been there at 6:30 in the morning. Yes, there is traffic from the freeway coming from Canyon for the most part. Man Street, there's a few cars, but and that's when I get here. So I checked out those areas. So, you know, remember that these are probably for 3 to 4 hours a day somewhere during the day during that time. So that's the other thing is that when we do street classifications and general plans, we're thinking that's a 24-hour road, and 24-hour road, you're not going to have level service after 24 hours. You're going to have it for a particular time of day. So it's, so you just, I mean, that's just something that, you know, we have to keep looking at, and those times will be, you know, sometimes the people call it traffic calming. Because it's calming the traffic. You can't go anywhere. You've got to do, and I know it's frustrating to a lot of people. But that's just kind of the deal. And remember, in terms of this project, most of the kids that are going to the junior high will be walking to school. I mean, their cars aren't going across the street, making U-turns or going out that subdivision. They're walking across. I mean, they're 13, 14-year-olds, so they'll be walking. In fact, I went to lunch today and saw they were let out. There were teenagers all over the place over there walking from the junior high to the high school. And that was about 1:30 or 2. So I don't know if there's something special going on, but all the kids were getting let out. So it's just, yeah, I mean, it's always, traffic is always going to be a difficult thing to mitigate. And how far does the city want to go to either clog it all up in terms of stop signs, because that's what you'll hear from the police department. You'll hear from in studies that clog it up, or keep those lanes kind of as open as possible with those peak times. And those peak times will always have that issue, whether it's 5 o'clock, 4 o'clock at the school, 3 o'clock, 8 o'clock. And they usually last for about 25 minutes, 20 to 25. That's the other thing is, and the school's not there 180, it's only there 180 days out of the year. So there's a lot of things that go into these studies, and why the data is where it is. So I mean, that's all I can say for that. But
well, what's a little disappointing about the data is the date. You know, you did it in the middle of summer.
Yeah.
There's just like the high school, when the first traffic study was done, when they were doing the high school.
Yeah.
It was done at 2 o'clock, or it was done, wasn't even done at 2. It was earlier than that, where it was off peak time. And so the traffic people said, well, we checked the accounts and everything was okay, but they completely ignored the rush hour. Had to do it again. So I had 2 kids, one after the other, go through middle school in about a 4-year period.
Mm-hmm.
And right when they were doing the construction on the middle school, when they were rebuilding it.
Right.
And so it was even more wild over there. You know, they were hoping that new drop off was going to do it. It was, you know, still too small.
Yeah.
And you know, the number of people going in and out there is, you know, but the people going to the school and the traffic, and more people now. When they built that school originally, people didn't drive their kids to work; they walked. Right. Or you know, now everyone drives their kids to you know, and so there's just more cars than was ever imagined.
Yeah.
So it's a tough corner over there trying to get through that. And I think I recall, I think I was on the council at the time they did the CVS, but it seemed like there was a whole bunch of consternation about that corner, you know, when they were figuring that side little exit out of there.
Right.
So
So let's go ahead and move on. I think we've
we need to
this
figure out.
one
We have to.
into
We're just
right, and
stay here
it's
till we're
right.
too late.
I'd like to add something before we move on to this. The thing is that, again, I've been harping about the intersection for a long time, and I just feel like it's very inefficient because people are not adjusting their lanes coming up the intersection if they want to go on I-80 East or I-80 West or whatever. And I really have been trying to make the point that if there were some approach like we do on Pinole Valley Road, where we say if you want to go on I-80 East, you get in this lane. If you get on I-80 West, you get in that lane. I think that would go a long ways towards solving the problems with that traffic. But I think the main point is that we really need to do a study on that intersection, and I've been kind of harping on that for the last 10 years. I also want to point out the fact that, you know, people always complain, and I think Dave Hannum was kind of talking about this. Everybody talks about, oh, when the school's splitting out, traffic is impossible. Well, yeah, you could have a 10-lane road. You're still going to have traffic issues. You know, I think you have to just recognize it, and, you know, people have to adjust their times. While, you know, people were talking about, well, what happens with parking if, you know, if you got 4 people living in a unit and they got 4 cars? Well, this is a problem that's happened in many other developments like Pinole Shores, or that development in Henry, where there's townhouses and they have very limited visitor parking and no street parking. Somehow they figure it out. and I think that's one of the things I've learned about planning is that people figure it out, and maybe they'll learn that if there's 4 people living in a house, then they all drive, they're not going to have places to park 2 of those cars. They're going to have problems. So I just want to make that comment. But one thing I do want to talk about is that I think the citizen to be heard comment talked about construction at 7 a.m. in the morning. I think that's a real issue, and I think that we should change condition 35 to be, instead of starting from 7 a.m., start at a.m. and maybe going to 6 p.m. Because you don't want to have construction going at 7 a.m. So I think that's something that I would recommend changing. And I think everything else is taken care of, as far as the traffic, that's the way it's going to be. The thing is that the applicant is entitled to be working or to building on that lot. It's up to the city to try to figure out how to make it work. That we can't really start imposing conditions on the applicant to somehow resolve our traffic problems. I mean, we can work with them, but the thing is they're entitled, they're being very cooperative. And that's not an issue before us with approving this, because they're entitled. They've given us a plan that fits into the general plan and state law and all that kind of stuff. And it's, there's the idea of turning them down is not going to happen, because we don't have a legal right to do that. So I think we should just move on. Let's put the traffic and parking aside and just look at the conditions and see what we want to change and get a vote. And by the way, it's after 11 o'clock. I don't know whether we need to make a motion to continue the meeting.
And through the chair, Dave, for Dave, your questions about the construction hours, are you talking about just Saturday, or you want to change it for overall?
Definitely. Well, Saturday, I think overall, we could talk about whether we want to have construction on Saturday or not. I think that's probably not as big of an issue as, trying to get some sleep in and having some loud construction noise going on at 7 a.m.
My only concern about that is, because the school is already, getting started, again. And so usually at 8 a.m., people are, parents are dropping off kids. If we're only starting the construction at 8 in a normal Monday to Friday business hours, we might increase more of those construction traffic together, jamming with parents dropping off the kids. Saturday, yes,
before we go on, we do have to do a motion to extend the meeting. Let's say no more than 20 minutes. Do I need a motion for that?
Motion of extending the current meeting for this discussion item for another 20 minutes to 11. Let's say to 11:25.
All right. A second.
Okay, I second that motion.
Okay, well, we've got a couple of seconds, so I think Adam spoke up before you, so we'll have a second. So let's do a roll call vote real quick.
Commissioner Menace.
Aye.
Commissioner Martinez.
Aye.
Commissioner Wong.
Aye.
Commissioner Current.
Aye.
Commissioner Benzuli.
Aye.
Vice Chair Moriarty.
Aye.
Chair Banuelos.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0 to extend the meeting for an additional 25 minutes.
Okay.
You're right, David, in terms of moving on, because in some ways we can't block this. And the problems that we're talking about are not project problems, they're city problems.
Yeah.
In terms of construction time, it's going to be very difficult to have them go any later than 7 morning. Now, on the weekends, what we've done in the past is that they've started at 8. If they have to do like a Saturday, they haven't started at 7 in the morning on that. There's been a lot of projects where they started at 8. Yeah. Is it 9 to 6 on now?
On Saturday, yes. 9 to 6.
So then that's what it is then.
It's a problem. I still feel for the people that are next door with construction going on at 7 a.m.
Well,
But
I got it.
Yeah, sorry. Sure.
the points are well taken about how that just makes it hard with school. You know, traffic is really bad. It's at 8 o'clock. It's probably a little bit better at 7.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Those are all.
Go ahead and speak.
Thank you so much. So with all those points being made, for starting on Saturdays, we'd be happy to shorten the window from 9 to 5, whereas I believe it's currently 9 to 6. So we'd be happy to condense the Saturdays to that. And on the normal work days, Monday through Friday, would appreciate the opportunity if we can be allowed to mobilize in at 7 o'clock, but no sticks and bricks or heavy machinery would be fired up until 7:30. Just so people can get on the site, get ready to go, and then work starts at 7:30.
Yeah, I've seen that
Not a bad
before.
idea. That would be a good compromise.
Yeah.
Yes. So let's put that in a condition saying, the site excavation activities are restricted between 7:30 a.m.
Yeah.
Basically, it's like heavy machinery construction should not be started until 7:30 a.m. in the morning.
Well, I mean, it pretty much says site excavation activities are restricted between 7 a.m. and 5 p.m. So we can back that up to 7:30. That's condition number 35.
Yeah.
We can just
Okay.
back that up to 7:30. And we can change it from 9 to 5 on Saturday.
Sure.
Yeah.
Is it just site excavation? Is there like pneumatic tools and other things that are,
That's what I was
that are
thinking,
noise
yeah.
generating? I mean, 7 to 7:30 is, quiet mobilization, and 7:30 is the start of tools.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
kind of heavy machinery and tools and
It's
stuff like
not
that.
just excavation, it's everything.
Correct.
Okay.
Through the chair, have we addressed the other issues that were brought up by folks? It seems like the applicant, you guys have worked with the woman below about privacy concerns and fast growing, doesn't have to be natives, make it work, make it good. Times of construction, sinkhole, we're gonna look at. The safety concerns, Ms. Baker's thoughts about the drainage on the hill.
Yeah, well, that's already a condition, and that's a condition number 14, do a drainage study.
And that's been done. Well, that's storm drainage.
Right.
But then there was a suggestion to bond the work for a certain amount of period of time in case there was issues that
Right.
were unforeseen beyond that. That's something we can do, is put a bond on, have them put a bond on. future
So
work.
through the chair, just to take one step back before we move on from construction noise and to complicate this a little bit, the municipal code sets requirements for construction noise. And if you look in the conditions of approval, those are also condition 79. And that prohibits, it says Saturday work is allowed in commercial zones only from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. as long as it is interior work and does not generate significant noise, which would seem to prohibit Saturday construction work in the residential zone. Part of this is, resident RMU zoning. Some of it is, I guess, commercial zoning.
Well, okay, so right now we have a lot of property that's split between residential and commercial. Are you saying that they can't work on the residential, but they could work on the commercial?
I would say they're building 100% residential here.
No matter whether it's a commercial property, or not, which makes sense.
I mean, condition 35 talks about earthwork. That's the earthwork condition. Condition 79 talks about them actually building the buildings. Say, because there's 2 or 3 conditions regarding.
So you're saying we can't let them work on weekends, on Saturdays?
Yeah.
That's what the municipal code's requirement.
Unless it's a case by case basis, right? I mean, isn't there something, a caveat in there?
Because it seems like that's happened before.
Well, and it could for commercial construction. So Saturdays are allowed for commercial construction.
On a case by case basis.
Yeah, normally you'd have to, they'd have to ask and all that. Kind of stuff. Evaluate whether what that would happen to do that. So, and there's no case by case thing for residential. It's just out altogether. Huh?
well, that's kind of pretty much how it is.
So what are we gonna do, Alex? We'll amend condition 79 as part of the general.
Well, and we can amend the conditions so they reflect what's in the municipal code.
Right, that's what I mean. We'll just. What, 17? Something. Or is it 15?
I'd like to suggest at this point that we vote to adopt the findings and then begin going through the conditions of approval one by one. And that way we could dispense with the non-controversial conditions and deal with the more controversial ones as we get to them.
I think there's only one that's outstanding, and that's the construction hours.
Which we kind of pretty much fiddle with. Because the municipal code next the weekend, or Saturday.
Absolutely, yeah.
So
We're putting ourselves
That's
into
so-
that situations anyway because of commercial zone now building residential, right? Mixed use.
These are the
Yeah, but-
conditions I've heard from the commission so far tonight. One, that the conditions of approval be modified so that the construction hours reflect the requirement in the municipal code. That the applicant modify the color palette to use brighter colors as approved by the planning manager. So the planning manager can coordinate as he sees fit, and that the traffic sign be installed on Canyon Drive for traffic headed towards Appian if approved by the traffic engineer, if reviewed and approved by traffic engineer.
Do you have, do you have a certain percentage of native plants, or do you? You
That's
want a
what
significant,
they-
but you want a significant
Put it in
number.
the condition.
Got it, okay.
And
Well, ad hoc committee will be getting it, okay.
and I do understand the lead strategy. I still do have an issue with the community benefit points and how that's being looked at.
Okay.
And so I do think we are still falling short of the lead goal. Lead goal is a very high standard. I don't think we're quite there. I do appreciate all the EV work and the solar work. I think we could look at maybe doing another point or some sort of equivalent lead point onto it, or some other community benefit from the list of suggestions added on to that.
well, they're already using Cal Green. That's actually, in a lot of ways, that's better than lead, I think. It's
I
more
understand,
holistic.
but it needs to sound like it's the goal is what we're trying to.
Yeah, but lead goal has no meaning in residentials.
Right, but
Residential
the idea of
projects.
the lead goal.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking that they're doing the residential version of that by following Cal Green, like they said. Plus, they did the Title 24 plus 15%, which is a pretty good sized deal, you know. And there are, instead of setting up for solar, they're putting in the solar.
Adam's trying to get us another community benefit.
Possibly.
Well, I mean, through the chair, I agree with you, is that the Cal Green is actually more stringent than lead, you know, in residential anyway. So, you know, if this is a truly mixed use, then yeah, definitely I want to support the idea of getting a lead goal, but you know, I don't know if it's a statement that we can add to it. You know, that, yeah, or, you know, concept that is, you know, recommending or, you know, I mean, you know, I think that's just what you are talking about.
There is a name for when you do Title 24 plus 15%. I just can't remember what it is. Yeah. Is it something like that?
Components,
Yeah.
and I
there's
could
a
be
name for it.
butchering it, but yeah, it's part of that CEQA exemption as well. Is there, Mr. Adam, I'm sorry, I can't pronounce your last name because my glasses need an updated prescription.
Benzuli.
Benzuli, Mr. Benzuli. Is there an item you would like us to see implemented as part of the mix that we're talking about, since we can't do true lead?
Right. Yeah, I'm not
Yeah.
asking you guys to do a full lead analysis or anything, but possibly maybe gray water for recycling for the irrigation for the plants. I saw one of the options was the art program. I thought that was a really cool idea. Just another element of community benefit add to the project to bring it up to that, what the lead intent was going towards.
You bet. So just taking a step back to the community benefits, we're only required to do 3. We're doing the affordable housing, bus turnouts, other traffic improvements and frontage improvements, the other economic benefits and analysis, and then going above and beyond Title 24 requirements. So at least from my perspective, we've done more than 3. So, I mean, it's we're going to build the best product that we'll all be the most proud of. So I'm highly confident these homes will be the most energy efficient in almost all of West County by doing the proposal for above Title 24 and the water efficiency, Cal Green, all et cetera, et cetera. So I'm very confident we'll go to the equivalent of what LEED would be for a commercial project. But I just don't want us all to forget about the other community benefits that come with the project as well.
That's honestly, yeah, no, not discounting any of that by any means. I think we get the LEED goal, it is like 20 or 25% above and beyond Title 24. It does get fairly high up there. And you do have to do a fair number of strategies to get to that level. I think I'm looking at the equivalent as being a little bit more. Up the yep.
Well, what's the will of the commission on
Yeah.
something like that? Is that?
I
Yeah,
think,
my opinion is that it's not quite there, but I'm open up other people's viewpoints on that.
I mean, to me, I think the 15% does it, because that's actually quite a jump from just basic residential myself, but Simon, what do you think about that? You deal with the stuff like that.
Again, I don't think, I think the developer is doing more than enough of doing this, thinking about the fact that, they are not, really utilizing the site to build the maximum allowable. Point out about the ideas of, the community benefit. I can see what you want to do. I do not disagree with you. The idea of of pushing the envelope forward and make it's more like a I don't know how to say it, recommendations. It's not really enforceable to a certain extent, I think. Just so that I want to prevent people from literally doing or planet I can convert my garage right now the size of exactly the same size, but the fact is like we cannot really enforce it, right? So how can we put the language into to highly recommend the developer to push that legal agenda as much as possible? I think
We need to make a motion and whatnot in 3 minutes. So
I move that we extend the meeting to 11:45.
the motion is second. Let's do another roll call vote.
Commissioner Menace,
Aye.
Commissioner Martinez,
Aye.
Commissioner Wong,
Aye.
Commissioner Current,
Aye.
Commissioner Benzuli,
Aye.
Vice Chair Moriarty,
Aye.
Chair Van Walos.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0 to extend the meeting to 11:45.
Okay. So are we satisfied as a commission that the things that they've already got in the project efficient in terms of the upgrades that they're doing from a basic project? Also taking in mind what we have for our looks like 4 conditions we want to add to it. And then if we are, then we need to make a motion, one way or the other.
Given the way that the rules are set up around how we consider what counts as a community benefit, it seems like they are providing 3 community benefits. So I don't see as we really have the leverage to do more at this time. I'd also like to note that there's 2 things I'd like to bring up under conditions of approval briefly. First, under the police department conditions, 86. The whole commercial and industrial buildings thing, I'd like that to be changed to residential for this particular condition of approval, because having it just apply for commercial and industrial doesn't make sense as a condition of approval. And I'd also like to ask that bamboo in particular explicitly be barred as a thing installed for drainage, because if you want to talk about having native plants, why are you installing bamboo? That stuff is incredibly invasive. It'll just take over everything.
I don't think we should go there. I think I think that the applicant is working with the privacy of the people living below. So I think that's a problem that.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't think we have to go that far.
Well, and also they're required as part of the project to submit a final detailed landscape plan. So we'll be taking a look at the species they're putting in along the open area, the undisturbed area, because that's where they were talking about planting those trees. So
Okay.
I just want to say, Adam, I really appreciate you looking out. This is one of the things in Pinole, when we do development, we should do it right. And we should push for higher things and push for the developers to really put out what they're doing. In this instance, I think these guys are doing a good job of that. But I, for one, really appreciate that. So thank you.
And I would second that, Adam. You know, I think we should, just like what you said, and you know, push that as much as possible. And I do agree with Ann that yeah, I mean, the developer is actually doing above and beyond of what they are.
And then we'll get bike lanes in there.
Okay, are we ready to do a motion?
Make a motion to approve staff recommendation with the changes that we've highlighted.
And I'll second that.
And just for the record, I take Commissioner Curran's motion to be a motion to approve a resolution improving adopt a resolution improving comprehensive design review DR 21-06 and investing tentative subdivision map BTSM 21-06 to construct a 154 unit condominium complex at 2151 Appian Way with the following additional conditions of approval. One, that the applicant shall modify the color palette to use brighter colors as approved by the planning manager. Two, that a stop sign be installed on Canyon Drive for traffic headed toward Appian if reviewed and approved by the traffic engineer. Three, that construction hours be limited as required by the general plan. Four, that the landscape plan maximize native trees. And five, that condition 86 regarding commercial and lighting for commercial and industrial buildings be changed to refer to residential buildings.
Did we agree to the stop sign? I thought we were going to ask the transportation.
Yeah, we mentioned that. Yeah, you said that. That was one of the things.
Okay, because I see problems with having the stop sign going up, and that means that the people can make left turns into the development over the people stop. Anyways, as long as it's written that it's something that's going to be reviewed by the traffic engineer.
So, ready for roll call?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Commissioner Menace,
Aye.
Commissioner Martinez,
Aye.
Commissioner Wong,
Aye.
Commissioner Current,
Aye.
Commissioner Benzuli,
Aye.
Vice Chair Moriarty,
Aye.
Chair Benuelos.
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0 to approve project.
Okay.
Located at 2151 Appian Way, Appian Village.
Okay. Well, thank you for thinking of Pinole on this. I think it's going to be a great project.
Tim, excuse me, Chair, do you have access? Do you have the appeal language in front of you?
Oh, no, I don't, but I think if there's 10 days to appeal.
So anyone, I'll just state for the record, anyone wishing to appeal this this decision that can appeal this to the city council by filing an appeal and paying the required fee with the city clerk within 10 days of today's decision. And if you contact the city clerk, they can provide you with all of the requirements to file the appeal.
Okay, no old business, there's no new business. Do you have anything to report?
Not tonight, no, I don't.
Okay.
Oh, wait, I do. I just want to remind the committee, the ad hoc committee, we're meeting on the 14th at 5:30.
Okay.
So to discuss parklets, and we're gonna throw a residential project at you. So and we'll be reviewing. Yeah, 5:30. Mr. Woods. Mr. Woods, yeah.
Projects all called the same thing. Very confused. I get confused all the time.
600 Roble Avenue. Yeah, go ahead, Ben.
All right,
That's all I have tonight.
okay, that sounds good. Any communications? So our next meeting,
Are we going to get a report at some point from Raphael from the, his,
Academy, are you talking about?
We'll
yeah,
put it on the next agenda. We'll put it on the next agenda. And what we can do, Raphael, is if you have some materials that you want to copy for the rest of the commissioners, I can copy them and put them on, and then that way everyone has them. You can do that. Well, we don't have to do it tonight or tomorrow, but next couple of days.
Sure. I mean, I've got one typewritten presentation that'll be easy to copy, and I've got my handwritten notes, which would be more difficult.
I'll take the
I
typewritten
probably
one.
need to type those
Yeah.
up, and that's going to take a little while because I've got quite a few pages of notes.
Thank you, Raphael. You did a good job.
that will be a PowerPoint, 40 minutes now. Okay. All right, so our next meeting is going to be on April 25th, 2022 at 7 o'clock.
Yeah, a quick question on that. Are we supposed to attend the council meetings and that, or we continue to do with Zoom?
You can, we're continuing with the hybrid meetings for now. So if you want to come in, you can. If you want to remain at home, you can do that as well. So I sent you the hybrid model stuff. Today. That's also in your email as well. I give to you. I have a hard copy for you as well, but just those are the rules and regs for our meetings for now until the next step.
Okay, thank you.
All right, okay, then other than that, then we're adjourned.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah.
All right, thanks for playing.
I think the
Can't wait for
record
next
is
month.
1:20.
Thank you.